Chapter 392. Just as the infernal king's true energy was about to weaken, the sword pierced through his protective true energy and reached the god sea of energy. They had missed the opportunity, but this time, they couldn't miss it again. The shadow-bearing sword pierced through his body and spun rapidly, causing blood to flow out. Seeing this, Xia Zi stepped out. His demonic sword swept out with a torrential demonic might, aiding his momentum. Ci. As the sword pierced through his body, blood gushed out. The Hell King's Qi Si was damaged, and his true yuan was shaken violently. The Hell King took half a step back, enduring the pain in his chest, and forcefully counterattacked. A majestic palm energy was released, and the two were severely injured. They were sent flying and vomited a mouthful of blood after landing on the ground. At this moment, the azure sword appeared, and the four essences of water, wind, thunder, and fire surged, once again attacking the Hell King's injured Qi Si. The Hell King's Qi Si blocked the azure sword, but the injured Qi Si was too weak to block the attack. Ning Chen flipped his left palm and slapped the tip of the azure sword. With a "ci" sound, the azure sword penetrated the barrier and pierced into the god's body. With a groan, blood dripped from the Hell King's mouth. He grabbed the azure sword, and divine flames rose around him. He flipped his palm and slapped out. Ning Chen couldn't block the attack in time and was sent flying. His clothes were dyed red, and he was sent flying dozens of feet away. Ning Chen, Xia Zi and Mu Qingxue were shocked. They barely managed to stabilize their bodies and slashed out again. Their swords crisscrossed and swept towards the injured god. The Hell King raised his hand and dispersed the two swords. The true yuan around him became even more unstable. The god's body was showing signs of defeat, and the god-slayer battle was showing signs of victory. The three suppressed their injuries and pushed their true yuan to the limit. The next attack would end the Hell King's undefeated legend. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He turned his hands, and the sword left his hands. They circled around his body. Wind and thunder surged, and water and fire surged. Endless majestic power was born and died. With the support of the purple qi, the god-slaying technique shook the heavens and earth. For scrolls together, no life in heaven and earth. The strongest move gathered the power of the four scrolls and Great Xia's 1,000 years of luck. Heavenly might surged and spun rapidly in the air. In the next moment, the blade and sword carried the power to split open the heavens, turning into a dazzling streak of light that shot out. At the same time, Mu Qingxue took a step forward, leaping into the air. Her sword condensed to the extreme, and the sword wings behind her scattered, turning into streaks of sharp light, gathering on the shadow-bearing sword. In the blink of an eye, she fell from the sky. Autumn water flows through the two instruments, the sea of clouds reveals the heavenly light. At the same time, the ruler unleashed the demonic aura around him. Endless demonic aura soared into the sky and into the 9 heavens. The ultimate move of the Confucian sect appeared once again. The devil's sword trembled, and its sword light shone brightly, reflecting its demonic might. The three people's most powerful moves intertwined and converged. In the end, they turned into a dazzling sword light that slashed apart heaven and earth and descended upon the divine body. Facing an unprecedented threat, the Nether King's expression turned serious as well. Amidst the raging wind, the godly flame roared out. Its destructive might cracked the void and suppressed everything in the world. The two extremes collided, and the violent shockwaves destroyed everything in their surroundings. The bodies of the three could not withstand the impact, and the corners of their mouths were dyed red. Shadow of the remnant wind. Amidst the shockwaves, Mu Qingxue took a step in the air and turned back. With extreme speed, she condensed the last of her strength into her sword and penetrated the divine body once again. A pool of blood dyed the body of the Chengying sword red. The sword had penetrated an inch, but it could not advance any further. Seeing this, Ning Chen and Xia Zi endured the heavy injuries on their bodies and quickly rushed forward. Their swords and sabers flowed together to support the Chengying sword. The sword penetrated inch by inch, indicating the success of the battle of blasphemy. Just as dawn was about to appear, the 12 wings of sin spread out behind the Nether King. In an instant, divine might erupted, blocking the sword in front of the sea of Qi. The fluttering black feathers were formed by the godly origin energy, and they disappeared in the blink of an eye. The 12 wings of sin also disappeared. The deity raised his hand, and an extreme divine might roared out. The 3 people were sent flying, and their blood fell like rain. The divine might was irreversible, and in the end, they failed on the verge of success. Blood dyed the ground red. The 3 people landed on the ground. Blood flowed down the sword and dyed the ground red. In the end, the humans were defeated in this calamity. You tried your best, but unfortunately, the result is already decided. The Nether King waved his hand, scattering the dust in the air. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, a look of approval flashed across his face. In tens of thousands of years, this was the first time someone had injured him to this extent. This trip to the human world was not in vain. The bleak night wind blew the fallen leaves. The 3 heavily injured figures were covered in blood, especially Mu Qingxue, whose foundation was slightly weaker. His consciousness was on the verge of fainting. "Z, take Mu Qingxue away." Ning Chen struggled to support his body, and looked back at the emperor. "You." Xia Zi seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed. "Today, no one will be able to leave." The Nether King raised his hand, and the 9 heavens lightning struck down. With a rumbling sound, the ground under him was hit by another calamity. Rocks flew everywhere, and the lightning turned them into ashes and disappeared. On the deity's right hand, the 9 heavens divine lightning screeched like 1,000 birds. It was extremely ear-piercing. The destructive divine move opened the road to the underworld. In the end, with a light sigh, Ning Chen no longer hesitated. He stomped his foot, and the scroll of life opened up. Extreme cold air spread out, and the heaven and earth trembled. The wind and snow surged, and the entire Qizhou mountain range turned into a world of ice and snow in the blink of an eye. Rising into the sky, Knowing Destiny's white clothes fluttered in the wind, and his body was surrounded by wind and snow. He looked like a deity who had descended to the mortal world. The aura around him changed from life to death. The aura of the 3 scrolls of heaven, earth, and supreme all merged into the forbidden move of the scroll of life. Destruction of life. 100 years of foundation scattered in a day, and 1,000 years of fate disappeared in a night. The move that gathered the strongest foundation and fate surpassed the heaven and earth, and broke through the limits of human beings. The wind and snow were dyed red, and it became the most powerful move that could kill gods and Buddhas. The Nether King looked at the white figure floating in the blood mist, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. Humans had surprised the deities once again. The power of the forbidden move could destroy the heaven and earth. The space around Knowing Destiny kept collapsing, forming a huge hole. Only the wind and snow, stained with blood, rose endlessly, and its power was terrifying. Seeing that the power of the forbidden move had surpassed the limit, the Nether King raised his left hand again. The divine flame surged, and the blue heavenly fire reflected the falling thunderbolts in the sky. Suddenly, the thunder was loud, and the fire burned the sky. The divine power shook the entire divine land. The last ultimate move collided. The forbidden move of the scroll of life surpassed the heaven and earth, and even the deities couldn't completely block it. They were forced back a few steps, and the entire Qizhou mountain range collapsed. A huge crack appeared on the mountain range, and the heaven's gate was destroyed. It completely sank into the ground and became history. In the aftermath of the collision, Knowing Destiny flew out. His body was dyed red, and his blood spilled over 100 feet. Ning Chen. Xia Zi shuddered and quickly flew over to catch the falling figure. She said with a worried expression. Hurry, go. Knowing Destiny spat out a mouthful of blood, he couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. I said that no one can leave today. As soon as he finished speaking, the Nether King appeared in the raging sandstorm. His palm energy roared and attacked the three. In that moment of crisis, an azure arrow containing unparalleled power shot over. Everyone's true yuan was concentrated in the arrow, and it crashed into the deity's palm energy. The aftershock dispersed in all directions, shattering the mountain. The palm energy disappeared, and the arrow light also collapsed. Take Ning Chen and Mu Qingxue away. We'll cover the rear. Li Luo, Wan Fengchen, and the others appeared and said. Xia Zi didn't say anything. He took the other two and turned into a streak of light, quickly retreating. You think you can leave? The Nether King snorted coldly. Divine flames surged out of his body, and he slapped out with his palm. Rivers and mountains drink hatred, blood maple October red. Moon shadow. Vast armies might. Wan Fengchen, Jiang Hua, and Marquis victorious returns expressions became serious. They attacked at the same time, and three blades slashed down at the destructive flames. At the same time, Luo Xingchen drew his star-marked bow. Li Luo and Xian Tian both poured their true yuan into the scarlet arrow. The two attacks intertwined. After attacking, no one dared to delay and quickly retreated. With a shocking explosion, rocks flew everywhere. The divine flames collided with the blades and arrows. True yuan shook endlessly, and the ravaged earth once again suffered a great calamity. The shockwaves from the shocking battle lingered for a long time. In the raging sandstorm, the Nether King calmly stood. In the end, the deity still won. Suddenly, blood spurted out from the Nether King's Qi Si, and the vermilion liquid in his mouth dripped down. Ugh! The Nether King snorted and retreated half a step. His aura became violently unstable. What a good knowing Destiny Marquis! What a good forbidden technique! This time's trip to the human world is getting more and more interesting. The Nether King waved his hand to seal the wound on his chest. He looked in the direction that everyone had left and took out the Taotia's origin. In the next moment, the deity's body scattered and disappeared. With one of his two Qi Sis broken, the deity had returned to temporarily heal his injuries. Because of Ning Chen and the other two's efforts, the destruction of the human world had to be temporarily stopped. The deity's departure caused the world to tremble. In the battle between deities, the human world had lost. However, it also allowed the human world to see hope. With his two Qi Sis broken, the Nether King's body was no longer perfect. The battle between the three of them provided the best reference for the human world's experts to face the deity again. Grand Xia, knowing Destiny Marquis manner. Xia Zi brought the unconscious Ning Chen and Mu Qingxue back. As soon as he landed, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Luofei, who had been forced to stay behind by Li Luo, was startled. She quickly went forward to support him. Save them. Xia Zi's figure fell down. He had also fainted. At this moment, Li Luo and the others also returned. Sensing the three's weak auras, they didn't say anything and immediately went to heal them. The Grand Xia is no longer a safe place. Before the Nether King comes again, we must leave as soon as possible, said Luo Xingchen. Where in the world is a safe place? Asked Luofei. To the four extremities. At this moment, Worryless walked out and spoke. Everyone frowned. They didn't understand why. Although the four extremities were far away, this distance didn't have any effect on a deity. Wan Fengchen suddenly thought of something and looked at Worryless with disbelief. You mean to say that we should seal the passage between the two realms? Yes. Worryless nodded, his expression grave. Borrowing the karmic luck of the Holy Lands, with my current strength, I might be able to seal the passage between the two realms for a while. Although I can't truly block the Nether King, I should be able to buy everyone some time to breathe. Chapter 393. Within the Grand Xia Imperial City, Li Luo, Xian Tian, and Luofei were separately treating 3 severely wounded people. Surging true qi constantly flowed into their bodies. After a great battle, the 3 of them had nearly exhausted all of their true essence and blood energy. Ugh! In front of Li Luo, Ning Chen unconsciously let out a muffled groan. His cultivation technique rapidly dissipated. He had forcefully used a forbidden technique, so he had to bear the consequences. Not good. Wan Fengchen and Jiang Hua quickly went up and poured their true qi into Ning Chen's body. The 3 of them worked together to stabilize Knowing Destiny's injured body. A quarter of an hour later, Ning Chen opened his eyes. Enduring the pain, he held his fingers together and condensed his qi. Before his qi dissipated, he injected the last of his energy into Xia Zi's body. In the next moment, a phoenix cry rang out. The red light left his body and reformed with his remaining life force. The earth soul left his body and merged with the phoenix body. His main body's aura dissipated and he fell into a deep slumber. According to Forgotten Sorrow, prepare to seal the passage between the 2 realms, said Ning Chen. Your body also won't be able to last much longer, said Li Luo gravely. It's fine. This isn't the time to worry about this. Let's leave first, said Ning Chen. What do we do about this place? Asked Luofei worriedly. The Nether King is naturally arrogant and won't attack ordinary mortals. Furthermore, he was heavily injured in this battle. His next target will definitely be the Phoenix Origin. If we stay here, we'll just bring disaster to everyone. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. In today's battle, the Nether King's dual qi seas had been destroyed. He needed the Phoenix Origin even more to repair the flaws in his 7 ultimate divine bodies' true qi fluctuations. Once the Nether King repaired the flaws in his divine body, he would definitely pull back the other 4 realms. At that time, the power of a god would completely descend, and no one would be able to stop him from destroying the human world. They didn't have many chances. Before the Nether King pulled back the other 4 realms, they had to send him back to the 7 ultimate celestial realm. It's a bit inappropriate. Back then, in order to tie down Yao Man and the others, we left Rong Lu behind. Although our greatest enemy is the Nether King and we have to put aside our grudges, Rong Lu has been eyeing the Phoenix Origin for a long time. We have to be on guard. Speaking to hear, Wan Fengchen glanced at Luo Xingchen and couldn't help but sigh. The world was truly unpredictable. Who would have thought that the enemy he had been so wary of would now become an ally? Ning Chen pondered for a moment and said, Mu Qingxue and Zi are too heavily injured and need to find a safe place to recuperate. Going to the 4 extremities is the best choice. I will deal with the matter of the Rome Tower carefully. The overall situation is more important and cannot be delayed. In that case, let's move out immediately, said Jiang Hua. Marquis, you must be careful. She stepped forward with tears in her eyes. Yes. Ning Chen nodded. He glanced at everyone and said, let's go. In the next moment, streaks of flowing light shot out of the Marquis estate and rushed towards the Ascension Valley. The group of people who carried the last hope of the human world had taken away most of the combat power of the Divine Land. Before the final battle with the Netherworld King, the strength of the human world could no longer be damaged. When they were passing through the sky above Desolate City, Ning Chen suddenly stopped and looked at the white-robed man below. He said solemnly, Senior Mu Bai, we are preparing to temporarily seal the passage between the 4 extremities and the Divine Land. I wonder if Senior can come with us. You all go ahead. I still have things to do, so I won't be going. Mu Bai calmly said in front of the sword pool. The feeling he gave off was completely different from the last time he acted. He was absolutely restrained, like the most ordinary mortal. No one could sense any sword intent from him. Luo Xingchen narrowed his eyes. This feeling was familiar. Although it wasn't obvious, it was very close. Ning Chen also saw the difference and sighed in his heart. He didn't try to persuade him anymore and continued to fly away. The crowd quickly followed behind him, and before long, they disappeared from sight. Ascension Valley. One figure after another flew into the spatial passage. When they reappeared, they were already at the peak of the four extremities. When everyone appeared and saw the situation in front of them, they were shocked. The spatial turbulence that had blocked the passage between the two realms in the past had completely disappeared. The void in front of them was completely erased, making them feel endless coldness. Without a doubt, there was only one person in the world who could do this, the Netherworld King. Don't look anymore. Let's go. Ning Chen said, and with a stomp of his foot, he quickly flew into the distance. Everyone nodded and rushed forward together. Four Extremities Holy Land. The instant they appeared, Rong Lu sensed them and opened his eyes. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of everyone. Oh. When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. The tense atmosphere made everyone turn solemn. Wan Fengchen, you better give me an explanation, said Rong Lu gloomily. Senior Rong Lu, the Netherworld King's calamity is imminent. Let's put aside our personal grudges for now, said Luan Fengchen. Where's that bald monk Jian Bodhi? Why isn't he here? Does he not dare to come, snorted Rong Lu. Senior Jian Bodhi has already died in battle to stop the Netherworld King, said Ning Chen calmly. Rong Lu was startled. His thoughts suddenly became complicated. After fighting for 100 years, hearing the news of his opponent's death was like this. There was a trace of carefreeness, but there was even more regret and emptiness. From now on, there would be no one who wouldn't let him go. I don't care about your matters. Don't disturb me. Rong Lu turned around and returned to his palace. The instant he turned around, he sighed inwardly. His complicated feelings were indescribable. Brother Jiang, bring Miss Luo to heal those two. Wan Fengchen instructed. Then he looked at the people around him and said, everyone, rest first. Ning Chen, worryless, come with me. Everyone split up. Luo Fei and Hua Hua brought the unconscious Mu Qingxue and Xia Zi away. As for the remaining people, other than Ning Chen and worryless, they stayed behind to rest. In the depths of the four extreme Holy Land, at the bottom of a rugged valley, Wan Fengchen, Ning Chen, and Wang Yu walked over. Not long after, strands of dazzling five-colored aura appeared, giving off a strange pressure that made it harder for people to approach. After another 100 steps, a huge stone bell appeared. Five-colored light circulated around it. It was extremely extraordinary. The stone bell had already become one with the Holy Land's terrain. It was a treasure that suppressed karmic luck. It was difficult to move. Ning Chen frowned as he looked at the karmic luck around the stone bell. This wasn't right. The Holy Land had existed for over 10,000 years. The karmic luck it had accumulated should be far greater than this. Do you still remember that white mist insect tide? Wan Fengchen could see what Ning Chen was thinking and sighed. Ning Chen was startled. Then he seemed to think of something and his expression changed. Could it be, you guessed right. Those things were fed by the Holy Land's karmic luck. I only learned of this recently. If the power of karmic luck isn't used properly, it's truly terrifying, sighed Wan Fengchen. A cold light flashed through Ning Chen's eyes. It was no wonder he had tried so many methods but the white mist insect tide had never died. Instead, it had been destroyed by the berserk karmic luck of the barbarian dynasty. Those things really were monsters fed by karmic luck. With a wave of his hand, Nian Qing flew out and landed on the stone bell. A moment later, the surroundings changed. Endless five-colored karmic luck flowed out from the stone bell and poured into the saber. Forget the sorrow, said Ning Chen. She nodded and stepped forward. She raised her delicate hand and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth swirled. The five-colored karmic luck turned into a huge vortex and sped up the fusion. An hour later, the karmic luck in the stone bell had almost dried up. On the stone bell, Nian Qing's five-colored brilliance flowed, dazzling people's minds. Let's go. Ning Chen waved his hand and put away Nian Qing. He turned around and went back the way he had come. Luan Fengchen and Forget the Sorrow followed him and left together. The three of them left the Holy Land. Without stopping, they rushed to the west where the two territories connected. At the same time, in the homeland of Western Buddha, in a huge ancient palace, one terrifying aura after another descended. Each of them was at the peak of the Xiantian realm. Their terrifying pressure caused the space in the palace to distort. The Demon Buddha of the Demon Temple, Zi Tiangong of the Divine Palace, the Light Elder of Tianfu Mountain, and two powerful existences from the Forbidden Lands gathered in the ancient palace to discuss the matter of Pluto. Light Elder, why did you open the passage between the two territories without permission? Asked Zi Tiangong coldly, looking at the illusory youth beside him. Amitba. Does the Master of the Divine Palace also have times when he is afraid? Said the Light Elder with a faint smile. Bald donkey, don't forget how the 5 territories were destroyed 30,000 years ago. You should know the consequences of Pluto descending on the homeland of Western Buddha, said the Demon Buddha coldly. I know. That's why I tried my best to stop him. You and I should both know that the space barrier between the two territories can't stop Pluto. If the divine prefecture of the eastern region is defeated, the homeland of Western Buddha will undoubtedly be the next to suffer, said the Light Elder calmly. The smile on his face disappeared. It's already happened. It's useless to argue. If you have the time, let's discuss how to deal with the threat of Pluto this time, said one of the illusory figures from the Forbidden Lands coldly. Pluto has descended this time and still hasn't made a move to pull back the 4 territories. Most likely, something unexpected has happened. We are limited by the imperfection of heaven and earth, so we can't break through. When Pluto comes to the human world, he may also be limited by this. If that's the case, perhaps there is a possibility of stopping him, said the woman who hadn't spoken. What do you mean? Asked Zi Tiangong with a frown. Select the cultivators from the homeland of Western Buddha and send them to the divine prefecture of the eastern region. If possible, try to send a cultivator who is close to the realm of consummation, said the woman seriously. At their level, it was impossible to cross due to the space barrier. However, it was possible to send a cultivator who was close to the realm of consummation. It's too difficult. Zi Tiangong didn't immediately reject it, but he didn't agree either. The stronger the cultivation, the greater the repulsive force when crossing the space barrier between the two territories. It wasn't easy to send a cultivator who was close to the realm of consummation. In addition, there was another reason that wasn't easy to solve. The people sent to the divine prefecture of the eastern region this time were sent to their deaths rather than to deal with the Netherworld king. The choice of these people, especially this master who was close to the fulfillment realm, was not something that could be reached with just a few words. How to find him and which side to send him was not something that could be agreed upon. Chapter 394. In the ancient hall, the 5-party talks were at a stalemate. Everyone knew how precious and expert close to perfection was. Once they were sent to the eastern divine lands, the possibility of them coming back alive was minuscule. I will choose this person. Just as the stalemate was about to be broken, the woman who made the suggestion spoke again. After she finished speaking, she changed the topic and said, however, it's absolutely impossible for an expert who's close to the perfection stage to stop the Nether King. Shouldn't you show some sincerity? Oh. Who is the woman's choice? Purple Sky Palace's eyes flashed with surprise as he asked. You will know soon, the woman said coolly. Since the woman has made such a sacrifice, Tianfu Mountain cannot be stingy. We are willing to use the sin-cleansing spirit rhinoceros to help the woman, the Light Venerable said. Buddha Bone's sacred weapon, ha, the Light Venerable is so generous, the demon Buddha said with a fake smile. Tianfu Mountain is not like the demon temple. I think the demon Buddha's sincerity will surprise us, the Light Venerable said with a smile. Humph, bald donkey, you don't have to provoke me. I will not refuse the responsibility that the demon temple should bear, the demon Buddha said coldly. The divine palace will also fully support this operation. The sincerity shown will not disappoint the woman, Purple Sky Palace also said. That is good. 2 days later, in the ancient land of Chongling, the woman will wait for your arrival. With that, the woman's figure slowly faded and disappeared in a flash. Amitba, I will also take my leave. The Light Venerable's figure dissipated and left the ancient hall. We will meet again. The other illusory figure in the Forbidden Land also disappeared, retreating in a low-key manner. After the three left, Purple Sky Palace's expression turned serious. Demon Buddha, do you know when the woman has an expert close to connate perfection under her command? The demon Buddha shook his head and said in a low voice, this is the first time I've heard of it. This woman has always been mysterious and difficult to see through. In the deepest part of the ancient land of Chongling, a beautiful woman stood silently. Her delicate hand flipped through strange seals. Threads of light seeped out of her body and then condensed into a body. The face was 30% similar but 70% different. It was less cold and more peaceful. The one-body double transformation technique had reappeared in the mortal world, but it was even more complete than the incomplete version in the hands of Ning Chen and the Eternal Night Hierarch. Its aura was close to that of the Great Circle of the Three Disasters. It was hard to believe that this was only a clone. Female Chang, don't you think your actions are too risky? An aged voice rang out from the ancient land. I've already made up my mind. There's no need to say anything more, the female Chang replied indifferently. Within the ancient land, the aged voice sighed softly. It knew that any further persuasion would be useless, so it fell silent and no longer spoke. In Tianfu Mountain, the bright moon shone high in the sky. Traces of blood were overflowing. The influence of the divine land had begun to manifest in the homeland of West Buddha. The place closest to the sky was already vaguely visible. This calamity of the mortal world would not end with the divine land, but as the beginning. It would completely turn the 5 regions into hell. The steps of the gods destroying the world would eventually reach the 4 regions. The success or failure of the divine land was not just the success or failure of one region, but the survival of the entire mortal world. The Light Venerable stood at the peak of Tianfu Mountain. He glanced at the 2 people leaving below the mountain and sighed softly. In the end, he had concealed today's decision. At the same time, in the 4 extremes, at the peak of the 9 heavens, the important task of sealing the passage between the 2 realms had reached a critical moment. Ning Chen's luck turned into sentiments. Dazzling 5-colored energies surged out. Vast fortunes were like endless waves. At the side, Wang Yu channeled the origin power of the Tao body at the same time. As the wind and clouds changed, a giant whirlpool appeared and continuously absorbed the spiritual energy of the universe within 1,000 miles. In the next moment, the spiritual energy of the universe and the fortunes of the Holy Lands merged and poured into the spatial passage. At this moment, the world between the 2 realms rumbled and shook violently. It startled the gods who were still recovering their vital energy. Oh! In the dark abyss, Lord Pluto opened his eyes and exclaimed softly. In the blink of an eye, his divine body dissipated and disappeared. At the same time, in the barren city, beams of sword light shot into the sky. Endless sword will shook the 9 heavens and the divine land. The legend of the sword reappeared in the mortal world. All the swords within 3,000 miles did not listen to their master's commands. They unsheathed themselves and flew into the 9 heavens. Thousands of swords gathered in the sky, forming a sword cloud that covered the sky. Thunder rumbled and rumbled. The strongest sword in the history of the divine land stepped out. His white robe fluttered under the night sky. Black energy gathered and the body of Lord Pluto appeared. Feeling the omnipresent sword will, a strange look flashed in his eyes. In the sword pool, the chaos sword essence flew out. The moment it entered his hand, the blade changed. In the dazzling brilliance, the blade finally opened. The sharpest sword surpassed all the weapons in the mortal world. Before the sword moved, cracks appeared in the space. "Swordsman, is this your challenge?" Lord Pluto asked. "Please," Wuxia said calmly. "I accept. Don't disappoint Lord Pluto." After saying that, Lord Pluto raised his hand. Violent winds and raging mists appeared. Shocking divine power rose endlessly. Even the heavens and earth shook and collapsed. Sword style. Before the divine move was used, the sword in Wuxia's hand moved. The chaos sword slashed out a dazzling light. One sword, 10,000 calamities. The sharp sword light slashed apart the heavens and earth. It descended upon Lord Pluto's body and crashed into the raging mists. The sword light shattered, and the divine move was used. The indescribable power shook people's hearts. Sword style, limitless sword. After the divine move was used, Wuxia's body moved. The limitless sword appeared. It was the fastest sword in the world. Wherever the will was, the sword would follow. It broke through the limits of space and drew a white shadow under the night sky. It was so fast that it surpassed the limit. Lord Pluto raised his hand and used his true yuan to block the sword. After a moment of deadlock, his true yuan shook violently and became extremely unstable. Sword style, formless sword. Wuxia's primal chaos sword core disappeared. Thousands of sword images condensed into one. They condensed, then condensed again and again. The sword slashed out, gathering the world's sharpness. It instantly broke through Lord Pluto's true yuan. When the sword entered Lord Pluto's body, blood gushed out. After an inch, it couldn't move an inch further. Not bad. Lord Pluto grabbed the sword with his right hand. Thousands of sword intents appeared in front of Wuxia to protect him. However, Lord Pluto's divine power was unstoppable. The sword intents continuously collapsed. Wuxia's clothes were blown away. In the distance, Jian Yi and Jian Er's eyes were heavy. However, they didn't go up to help. They knew that this battle wasn't something they could interfere in. Moreover, their master wouldn't allow them to interfere. In the sky above Desolation City, the battle was still ongoing. Sword intents intersected between Lord Pluto and Lord Pluto. Each move was stronger and faster than the previous one. The heaven-proving sword had 9 heaven-proving sword forms. When one form was used, another one would follow. Even Lord Pluto didn't dare to be careless when facing Lord Pluto. With a flip of his palm, Lord Pluto once again used his ultimate move. The flame of burning heaven appeared with the power to destroy the world. Everywhere it passed, the space collapsed. The ultimate divine power was beyond what the mortal world could bear. The divine prefecture trembled, and the world wailed. Sword style. Wuxia's sword moved. Sword intents surged out of his body. They connected the heaven and earth, shaking the universe. 10,000 swords, greet the ancestor. Lord Pluto had already used the 6 heaven-proving sword forms. What was about to come were the final 3 forms that surpassed the limits of a human's strength. Even before Lord Pluto's move was unleashed, the space within 1,000 li trembled violently. Above the 9 heavens, 10,000 swords rapidly revolved, forming a huge sword vortex. The heavy aura made people feel as if the end of the world had arrived. In the next moment, sword lights descended from the sky. They avoided the divine flames and reached Lord Pluto's body. With a muffled groan, the divine flames broke through the sword intent and landed on Mu Bai's body. Blood spurted out, dyeing his white clothes red. At the same time, 10,000 swords descended from the sky and crashed into Lord Pluto's protective True Yuan. Sword lights and divine power collided. The sword lights couldn't withstand the divine power and crumbled unceasingly. Right at this moment, Lord Pluto's True Yuan suddenly trembled violently, showing signs of instability. Lord Pluto frowned slightly. His body moved, retreating for the first time since the start of the battle. Lord Pluto's illusory body was like a flowing shadow. It was difficult to see with one's eyes. However, the sword streams formed by 10,000 swords followed him like a shadow. One sword pierced through Lord Pluto's protective True Yuan, bringing forth a waterfall of blood. Lord Pluto's left arm was bleeding, dyeing his divine clothes red. "Is this your sword?" Lord Pluto waved his hand and scattered the remaining sword lights. Soon after, he stroked his left arm and the wound healed. "If this is all you have, then I'm letting Lord Pluto down by waiting for so long." As soon as he finished speaking, Lord Pluto circulated his True Yuan. In an instant, divine power descended from the heavens and thunderclouds rolled. Streaks of lightning descended from the 9 heavens and gathered on Lord Pluto's palms. The crackling thunder illuminated the entire horizon. God's move destroyed everything within 1,000 li. Desolation City, peerless city of Grand Xia, collapsed. Under the divine power, it suffered the most terrifying calamity. Sword style. The divine tribulation descended. Mu Bai's eyes were unprecedentedly calm. He took one last look at the divine prefecture below him. In the blink of an eye, his sword intent spread out endlessly. Everything within 1,000 li was transformed into a world of swords. One sword to prove the heavens. Lord Pluto's white clothes dissipated. The 8th sword style that had never appeared in the world was also Lord Pluto's final sword style. 1 represented the origin of numbers, 9 represented the extremity of numbers. Heaven and earth had an end, the extremity of numbers. Lord Pluto's final sword style was the strongest sword style. 1 sword to prove the heavens. The man and the sword were one. A dazzling ray of light streaked across the sky. It was so resplendent that the 9 heavens and 10 earths lost their splendor. The strongest sword style made all the swordsmen in the world feel the sword intent that surpassed everything. They all looked at the horizon in shock. Above the 4 extremities, Ning Chen, who was about to completely seal the passage between the 2 realms, felt the familiar yet strange sword intent. His expression dimmed. Junior Ning Chen respectfully sends off Senior Mu Bai. Knowing destiny bowed, sending off the legend of the sword. From now on, in the divine prefecture, the sword had an end. Above the divine prefecture, the sword light and the divine technique collided. Rumbling sounds could be heard. The divine lightning dissipated and the primal chaos collapsed. The final sword style disappeared. Ugh! The world of swords collapsed, but Lord Pluto let out a muffled groan. Blood gushed out of his chest. He took half a step back and stopped himself. Specks of starlight gathered in front of Lord Pluto. An illusory figure condensed into Lord Pluto's final appearance. The sword in his hand pierced Lord Pluto's chest, but it missed by a hair's breadth. "Swordsman who has entered the Tao, leave your name," said Lord Pluto. Mu Bai. Chapter 395. The final sword caused Mu Bai's primordial spirit to disperse. Tens of thousands of swords wailed in the divine land as they bid farewell to the legend of the sword. The sword in front of the Nether King's chest turned into stars and disappeared. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed. Within 1,000 miles, the wind and leaves turned into swords. All things in the world turned into swords. Beams of sword light rose endlessly. At the end of the legend, the primordial spirit dissipated. The ultimate 9 swords finally appeared. The spiraling swords came and went without a trace. They came and went without a trace. One after another, they spun rapidly in the sky, forming a huge sword cloud storm. Oh! The Nether King looked at the spinning sword cloud, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. He raised his right hand, and his divine power swept out. The moment it met the storm, it disappeared. When a swordsman entered the path, at the final moment, he surpassed the limits of humans. His primordial spirit merged with the world, turning into the ultimate 9 swords that trapped the gods. Is this your final obsession? The Nether King put down his right hand and stood in the sword cloud. He did not attack again. No one knew if it was because he could not break through, or if the gods were moved by the persistence of humans and decided to give them one last chance. The gods were trapped. At the top of the 9 heavens, Ning Chen and Worryless worked together and finally succeeded in sealing the passage between the 2 realms. The longing saber entered and suppressed the providence of the divine land. The Nether King's power is too strong. The seal won't last long. Before that, we have to find a way to destroy the 7 ultimate divine body, reminded Worryless. Let's return to the divine land first. We'll discuss it again, said Chaotic Wind Dust. Okay. Ning Chen put away his thoughts and nodded. The 3 left and returned to the divine land. They did not have much time left. The next time they faced the Nether King might be their last battle. In the divine land, above the vanished desolate city, the sword cloud storm trapped the Nether King. After a day and a night, the storm gradually weakened and reached its end. At that moment, with a boom, space trembled violently. As the heavens and earth shook, cracks appeared in the void. The next moment, space collapsed as figures flew out. 9 3-calamity eminences and dozens of 5th tribulation eminences. Their powerful auras shook the entire divine continent. Just as space was about to be sealed, a woman slowly walked out and stood in the void. Her beautiful face was as calm as water. In the ancient land of Chongling, women finally appeared in the divine land. Have the strong warriors of the divine great land withered to this extent? Behind New Chang, one of the 9 3 disasters scanned the ground with his divine sense but couldn't find a single true expert. He couldn't help but sigh. Why can't I sense the Nether King's aura? Asked a 3 disaster expert from the Demon Temple. Over there. New Chang looked to the east and said. Within the sword clouds, Underworld King also sensed the foreign experts that descended. With a wave of his hand, he scattered the strands of sword energy that continuously swirled about his body, walking out step by step. Oh! The Grand Underworld King is actually trapped by this kind of sword formation. His reputation as the Underworld King is nothing more than an illusion, mocked one of the 3 disaster experts. The situation is unclear. It's still too early to jump to conclusions, New Chang said calmly. The expert from the Demon Temple sneered. Although he didn't say anything, he didn't care about the woman's words. He had never heard of Chang Yu, a half-step complete earthly sovereign, as New Chang's subordinate. However, with Chang Yu as the leader, he couldn't openly question her. The Nether King seems to be injured, said the 3 disasters of Tianfu Mountain after sensing the abnormality in the Nether King's aura. As expected. Yu Tianhong, the first swordsman from the Feihong Palace of the Divine Palace, narrowed his eyes and said coldly, it seems that the Nether King's arrival in the human world is just as so. New Chang frowned slightly, feeling a little uneasy. She didn't know why the Nether King was injured, but she knew very well that if they really underestimated the Lord of the 7 Extinction Celestial Realm, who had destroyed the 5 regions, they would definitely die faster than anyone else. Let's leave first. When we find the 3 disasters of the Divine Prefecture of the Eastern region, we'll discuss how to deal with the Nether King together, New Chang said calmly. Compared to them, the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture of the Eastern region must have fought with the Lord of the Abyss and knew many things that they did not know. Before they truly understood the situation of the Lord of the Abyss, the best choice was to avoid him for the time being. I'm afraid there are no more 3 disasters in the eastern region. Moreover, the Nether King is injured. This is obviously the best time to strike. How can we miss it? Yu Tianhong said with a serious expression. Brother Tianhong is right. Now is the time when the Nether King is at his weakest. Once we miss it, we won't have such an opportunity again, said the 3 disasters of the Demon Temple. Are you going to disobey the orders of the 5 Supremes? Nu Chang's eyes narrowed as she asked. We wouldn't dare. However, the best opportunity to defeat the Nether King is right in front of us. We can't turn a blind eye to it, said Yu Tianhong coldly. Have you finished the discussion? Just as the group was in a stalemate, a black aura gathered in the sky. The Nether King appeared and spoke calmly. Nu Chang's eyes turned cold. It was too late to leave now. Set up the array, said Yu Tianhong coldly. With that said, the heavenly sword was unsheathed. A sword beam shot into the clouds. Soaring Goose Hall's #1 swordsman held his sword as his aura rose endlessly, reaching the 3rd disaster realm. At the same time, the other 3 disasters of the Divine Palace walked out. 2 swords appeared, echoing the heavenly sword's sharpness. The 12 Fifth Tribulation Eminences worked together as their swords moved, dazzling the world. The Divine Palace's Big Dipper sword array appeared once again. Sword beams intersected in the world, trying to trap the gods. The Nether King remained as immovable as a mountain. His protective quintessential essence condensed and blocked wave after wave of attacks. The battle fell into a stalemate. When the 3 disasters of the Demon Temple saw this, they gave the order and led their troops to help. The sharp edges threatened to take one's life. Your swords have disappointed God. The Nether King waved his hand and repelled the incoming attacks. Following that, he flipped his palm, and extremely destructive divine flames shot out. When the divine flames appeared, everyone's expressions changed. A nearby Divine Palace expert from the 3 disasters of the Divine Palace couldn't dodge in time. He brandished his sword to block the divine might, but with a loud bang, his sword shattered and he died. The Divine Palace's Big Dipper sword array was famous in West Earth. However, after seeing the sword on the sword, the Nether King had clearly lost interest in the sword array in front of him. He no longer held back when he attacked. Blood-stained figures fell from the sky. The Nether King's coldest side appeared once again. The divine move howled and surged forward. Anyone who touched it would be injured and die. The Nether King raised his hand and said coldly, "You're next. Retreat." Seeing that nearly half of the sword array had been destroyed in the blink of an eye, Yu Tianhong suppressed the shock in his heart and shouted anxiously. Too late. The Nether King's figure flashed. As black aura surged, he instantly arrived in front of the #1 swordsman in the Divine Palace. He struck out with God's palm, taking his life. Seeing that his life was imminent, Yu Tianhong circulated all his energy and circulated the heavenly sword in his hand to block the divine might. At that moment, a golden sword appeared. Together with the heavenly sword's edge, it blocked the divine might. With a bang, the 2 of them retreated a few steps. The corners of their mouths were dyed red, and blood gushed out of their arms. Oh! A weapon that can cleanse sins and sever karma. The Nether King looked at the sword in the woman's hand as a strange glint flashed in his eyes. The Nether King's eyesight is admirable, said the woman as she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Your weapon isn't bad. Unfortunately, you will still lose. With that said, the Nether King raised his hand of God again. Endless waves roared out. The 10,000-foot-tall waves shook the world. Let's go. The woman didn't want to continue fighting. She quickly retreated with the heavily injured Yu Tianhong. The remaining 7 disasters and less than half of the 5th Tribulation Eminences didn't dare hesitate. They immediately retreated from the battle. However, How could those who had blasphemed God's face leave so easily? God's attack descended, destroying everything in its path with an unstoppable force. The 2-3 disasters and many fifth tribulation eminences were unable to retreat in time. They flew out with a bang as blood splattered across the sky. When the woman saw this scene, her expression didn't waver at all. She quickly retreated without any intention of stopping. The remaining experts' hearts were abnormally heavy, but they knew that they would only be sending themselves to their deaths if they stayed. They sped up and left together. The Nether King stood there and watched the group of people leave. His cold expression didn't change at all. With a wave of his hand, the heavily injured figures floating in the air shattered and scattered, turning into a rain of blood that rained down. The next moment, black gas surged, and the Nether King's body disappeared. A group of people appeared in Great Xia's northern borders. After landing, they vomited blood. They were still shocked and couldn't calm down. No one expected the Nether King to be so powerful. A cold light flashed in the woman's eyes. With a wave of her hand, she threw the heavily injured Yu Tianhong to the side. If it weren't for the fact that she needed people, she really wouldn't want to save these trash. People who only had cultivation but no brains were really disgusting. There were only 6 people left from the 3 disasters, and almost all of the 5th tribulation eminences were wiped out. In just one battle, they had lost half of their combat strength. It was obvious that their future path would be even more difficult. The Nether King's strength was indeed beyond imagination. However, what made her more concerned was that such a powerful Nether King was actually injured. It seemed that the experts of the Divine Prefecture were more valuable than she had expected. Next, she had to find the top experts of the Eastern Divine Prefecture as soon as possible, especially before the Nether King attacked again. Otherwise, she couldn't guarantee that the people behind her would survive the next time. In the 4 extreme sacred land, Ning Chen stood alone and pondered. At this moment, the Chaos Scroll trembled. Blue stars flew out one after another, condensing into a familiar figure. "It's time to make up your mind," said Fan Lingyue calmly. "I've taken in a disciple for you." "Do you want to see her?" asked Ning Chen softly. Fan Lingyue was silent for a moment. Then she said, "Let's see her once. It can be considered the last farewell before we leave. All this time, I couldn't agree with your ideals. I didn't expect that in the end, you would still have to do this," said Ning Chen self-deprecatingly. "To achieve great things, there must be sacrifices. This time, you and I will be buried with them. We can atone for our sins on the road to the Yellow Springs," said Fan Lingyue calmly. "Do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" Ning Chen sighed softly. "World peace," said Fan Lingyue slowly. It was a wish that had never changed. It sounded so ironic when it came from the military advisor of Northern Meng, who had started the war between the 2 dynasties and killed millions of people without even blinking. However, Ning Chen believed that since the day they met, he had never doubted it when he heard this sentence. Ha! Hearing this again, Ning Chen smiled faintly. He quietly looked at the Divine Prefecture in the distance and didn't say anything else. Chapter 396. In the Divine Prefecture, snow fell like goose feathers. Ever since the everlasting night, the weather was getting colder and colder. The casualties caused by the natural disasters were getting more and more serious. In less than 2 months, the tribulation of Yama had almost wiped out all the cultivators in the human world and brought unprecedented despair to mankind. Battle after battle, the god-level strength displayed by Yama destroyed mankind's resistance with an overwhelming advantage and wiped out the hope of the human world little by little. In the northern border of the Great Xia, the cultivators from the West Land had rested for a few days. Nu Chang looked at the figures who kept returning and narrowed her eyes slightly. The cultivators of the Divine Prefecture had all disappeared. It was really unbelievable. Maybe there are no more 3 disasters in the eastern region, Yu Tianhong, who had taken the elixir of the divine palace and had almost recovered from his injuries, said. Impossible, Niu Chang denied. Why? Yu Tianhong frowned slightly and asked. The eastern region has not been destroyed. This is the best proof, Niu Chang said coldly. With the power of Yama, destroying the divine prefecture was just a matter of raising his hand. The reason why the eastern region had not suffered a devastating catastrophe was that the cultivators of the divine prefecture had restrained most of Yama's energy. Let's split up and go to the imperial court in the human world to find out the reason. When she spoke up to this point, she glanced at them, and her expression turned cold as she said, "It's the most sensitive moment right now, so I'll give all of you a piece of advice. Put away that superior attitude of yours. This isn't West Earth, and no one will care about your identities. If we get into conflict with the experts of the divine prefecture because of you, then don't blame me for being merciless. Don't worry, Chang Nu. We will pay attention to our words and actions." Seeing that the atmosphere was a little stiff, the cultivators of the three disasters of West Buddha Mountain came out to smooth things over. Niu Chang did not say anything more. She walked lightly and disappeared after 2 steps. "Leave the Beimeng royal family to me." Yu Tianhong followed her and went north. Everyone split up and did their own things. They tried their best to find the remaining cultivators of the divine prefecture. In the main hall of the Weiyang Palace in the Great Xia Imperial Palace, a beautiful figure appeared out of thin air. Her unusually powerful aura made Qing Ning, who was accompanying Zhang Sun, look serious. "I am Chang Yu, from the homeland of West Buddha." Niu Chang revealed her identity first. Seeing the strange woman in the hall, Zhang Sun's expression did not change and said calmly, "Qing Ning, serve tea." "Many thanks." The woman responded, then walked to a chair at the side and sat down. Qing Ning walked forward and took the tea tray from the palace maid. She placed it in front of Chang Yu and politely said, "Please." "Thank you, Mississippi." Niu Chang also noticed the unusual aura of the woman in front of her and said. Qing Ning nodded and didn't say anything else. She did her own thing and returned to Zhang Sun's side. "Miss Chang Yu, may I know the reason for your visit?" Zhang Sun asked. "I want to know the whereabouts of Marquis Jiming and the others, so that we can discuss how to deal with Yama together." Female Chang did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. After coming to the eastern region for a few days, she had a rough idea of who the main powerhouses of the divine land were. This Marquis Jiming was the primary candidate she was looking for. "Miss Chang Yu has come late. 7 days ago, after the battle between Jiming Marquis and the Nether King, there has been no news of them. I have already sent people to search for them for several days, but to no avail." Zhang Sun sighed. "Oh." Niu Chang frowned and asked, "Where did this battle take place?" "Qizhou Mountain Range," Zhang Sun replied. "In that case, Chang Yu will take her leave first. Sorry to disturb you." While speaking, Niu Chang stood up and was about to leave. "Wait." Qing Ning, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. Niu Chang stopped and turned to look at Qing Ning, waiting for the reason. When Yama attacks, his genuine qi will shake violently and even break off. However, this time is very short and difficult to grasp. "I hope this information will be helpful to you," Qing Ning said calmly. Niu Chang narrowed her eyes and said, "Thank you." After Niu Chang left, Qing Ning helped Zhang Sun up and walked towards the bedroom. "Your Highness," his speculation was right. "Those from the homeland of West Buddha sent people here after all," Qing Ning said softly. "In front of benefits, there is no difference whether it is a sage at the Great Fulfillment or the most ordinary person. He understands people's hearts better than anyone else," Zhang Sun said calmly. "I hope these people can hold on until Ning Chen and the others come back." Qing Ning sighed. The barbarian dynasty, True Extreme Country, Meniang Country, and West Earth also found nothing. No one knew why the cultivators from the divine prefecture suddenly disappeared. In the northern Ming imperial court, Yu Tianhong arrived. Ming Yu's answer was almost the same as Jiang Xuan's. However, unlike Niu Chang, the first swordsman of the Feihong Palace of the Divine Palace obviously disagreed with this answer. He thought that the northern Ming imperial court was deliberately hiding something. The atmosphere of the conversation immediately became tense. Although Ming Yu was still young, she was definitely not someone who was afraid of trouble. Facing a top cultivator of the third disaster, her expression did not change. In the depths of the northern Ming imperial palace, a dynasty's treasures floated up and down. The suppressed treasures could appear at any time. In the end, Yu Tianhong suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and turned to leave. It was a taboo for cultivators to fight in the imperial palace that possessed the country's treasures. In addition, Chang Yu had already warned him. He could not ignore it. After Yu Tianhong left, Ming Yu walked out of the main hall and looked to the east. A trace of sadness flashed through her dark eyes. "Your Highness, don't worry. He will be back soon," Purple Crystal said softly. "Yes." Ming Yu nodded and suppressed her thoughts. Her gaze became firm again. She was the empress of the northern Ming Empire. She had to be strong. Within the four extremes holy lands, peak experts were taking advantage of this last bit of time to recover from their injuries. Among the many auras, there were two people missing. Ning Chen and Jiang Hua. "There's no need for you to come along. I know the way." On the way to Heavenly Stellar City, Ning Chen glanced at the man beside him. "Heh, you're just a meat bun right now. Whether it's the Nether King or Rome Lu, both of them want to catch you. With your current body, who do you think you can defeat?" Jiang Hua smiled. "That's a bit reasonable, but it sounds a bit awkward." Ning Chen smiled. "The words are crude, but the logic is not crude. I haven't studied much, so I'll just make do with it," said Jiang Hua. Just as the two of them were halfway there, a blood-red light filled the sky, covering the blood moon. A boundless blood-red world sealed off their path of retreat. "Jiang Hua, you really have a crow's mouth." Ning Chen sighed as he looked at the changes around him. "Knowledge Marquis, hand over the Phoenix Origin and I'll spare your life," said Rome Lu coldly. "If I could live after handing over the Phoenix Origin, would have already given it to you." Ning Chen's expression wasn't flustered at all. Right now, only Rome Lu dared to take the Phoenix Origin. He had been stuck in the four extremities for so long that he didn't even know what the current situation was. Rome Lu frowned, feeling that something was wrong. There was no point in dragging this out any longer, so he didn't hesitate any longer. "Brother Jiang, I'll leave it to you." Ning Chen decisively took a step back and stood behind Jiang Hua. His face didn't turn red and his heart didn't skip a beat. "Ning Chen, do you know what I admire the most about you?" Jiang Hua waved his hand and Qin Yu came out of its sheath, blocking Rome Lu's palm. But a wild wind blew and the ground beneath them cracked. "To accomplish great things, I don't care about trifles," replied Ning Chen. "Heh, the thing I admire the most about you is that your face is even thicker than a city wall." Jiang Hua's saber changed directions, and a moonlight flashed. Rome Lu retreated, dodging Qin Yu's saber light. With a clench of his fist, a blood-red saber appeared in his hand. "If you don't want to help, then back up a bit. Don't affect my performance." Jiang Hua's expression froze when he saw Rome Lu's saber. His voice was filled with disdain. Ning Chen didn't say anything and retreated another 100 steps. He didn't have the slightest intention of going up to help. This phoenix body was already on the verge of collapse. If there wasn't a need, he couldn't help. As for Rome Lu, ever since he had escaped from the lightning tribulation, his body had been heavily injured. His strength was clearly not at its peak. Even if Jiang Hua couldn't defeat him, he could at least stall for some time. Within the blood-red world, the two sabers constantly clashed. One was heavy, while the other was light. Jiang Hua knew he didn't have the advantage in terms of cultivation base, so he didn't clash head-on with Rong Lu. After over a dozen exchanges, Rong Lu's expression sank. He condensed his blood yuan into his saber, and a dense blood-red light flickered. Ugh! Just at this moment, a saber pierced through his body and blood spurted out. A red-haired figure silently appeared behind Rong Lu. How could it be you? Rong Lu turned around with great difficulty. His face was filled with disbelief. Wan Fengchen pulled out the saber that had pierced through Rong Lu's back. He looked at the Rong Lu and sighed. Rong Lu, I really hope that you didn't follow us today. Ha! Blood flowed out of Rong Lu's mouth. Looking at the three, his laughter became crazier and sadder. It turned out that his every move had been calculated by others. It turned out that he had never been trusted by others. Ugh! A splash of blood dyed the sky red. Everything was red. This was the last scene that Rong Lu could see. In this chaotic world, if one did not look out for himself, the heavens would destroy him. Was he wrong? He wasn't wrong. Ning Chen walked forward and looked at the Rong Lu, who was in a daze. He said calmly, Rong Lu, let me tell you one last thing. The Nether King needs the Phoenix origin to repair the flaw in his divine body. So, even if you take the Phoenix origin today, it will only be a wedding dress for the Nether King's disciple. The last sentence entered Rong Lu's ears. Light flashed through the Rong Lu's eyes, but it quickly dimmed. So, he didn't have time to say anything else. As his last bit of consciousness faded, he was completely annihilated. The Rong Lu only understood in death. Wan Fengchen, you've lost this bet, said Ning Chen. Are people's hearts always so untrustworthy, sighed Wan Fengchen. It's not that people's hearts aren't trustworthy. It's that before benefits, people's hearts aren't trustworthy. There are many benefits in this world. Power is a benefit, longevity is a benefit, and even gratitude and grudges are also benefits, said Ning Chen. It was like the life-knowing cultivators. When had they ever avoided benefits? The only difference was that the Rong Lu used longevity as a benefit, while the life-knowing cultivators used emotions as a benefit. Ning Chen walked forward and pressed his palm down. Blood-red light flashed, and Rong Lu's blood yuan transformed into stars that merged into his body, rapidly repairing his injuries. Chapter 397. Rong Lu's body disappeared and the blood origin entered Knowing Destiny's body. Wan Fengchen looked at the young man in front of him and for some reason, a deep chill flashed through his heart. He never knew that a person's rationality could be so terrifying. He would not be emotional or impulsive. He would not even be affected by human emotions. He was like a cold machine, accurately calculating every step. On the side, Jiang Hua felt the change in his good friend's heart. He could not help but sigh, but he did not say anything. He had learned more about knowing destiny from General Xian. Although he did not completely agree with knowing destiny's cold rationality, he could understand it. No one was born this way. However, in this chaotic world, there was no room for naivety. If knowing destiny did not give up everything, the great Xia might have already collapsed. Let's go. Ning Chen glanced at the man beside him and said. N. Jiang Hua nodded and stepped forward to follow. The two went far away. Wan Fengchen looked at the two leaving and was silent for a long time. Perhaps, he should be glad that knowing destiny's schemes would not be used on his own people. Half a day later, Jiang Hua and Ning Chen came to the general family of Tianjin City. Today, under the subtle influence of Jiang Hua, most of the matters of the general family had been handed over to Jiang Xian. This little daughter of the general family who was bullied in the past had grown into an indispensable part of the general family. In the front hall of the general family, Jiang Xian, who was dealing with the family affairs, saw the two appear in the hall. Her eyes immediately turned red. The housekeeper in the hall put away the account book and left. Master. Jiang Xian ran up and hugged the red-clothed young man in the hall. She immediately showed her little head and greeted Jiang Hua softly, brother. Ha! Jiang Hua smiled helplessly. This sister of his was the closest to his master. You've grown up. Ning Chen rubbed the hair of the girl in his arms and said with a gentle face. The little girl who he had taken away from the general family had finally shed her inferiority complex and confusion. She had truly become a proud daughter of heaven. Ning Chen gently pushed away the girl in his arms and said softly, Jiang Xian, Master has brought you the person you want to see the most. As soon as he finished speaking, the Book of Chaos moved slightly. Specks of starlight overflowed and converged into a familiar figure. She was dressed in blue clothes and had an elegant appearance. She was as beautiful as before. Fan Lingyue, the most stunning woman in the divine continent for thousands of years. Master. Jiang Xian was startled to see the person who had suddenly appeared in front of her. She immediately knelt down. She had seen a portrait of her master in the northern Meng Emperor's palace. It was almost identical. Jiang Hua, let's go out, said Ning Chen. Yes. Jiang Hua glanced at the woman in the hall, then looked away and said, I'll treat you to a drink. It's rare for you to be so generous. It would be impolite to refuse. Ning Chen turned around and walked out. Ha, it's not easy to earn some family property. However, I'll have enough wine today, laughed Jiang Hua. After the two of them left, Fan Lingyue turned her gaze back and looked at the young lady in front of her. Her beautiful eyes were filled with gentleness as she said, Get up. Thank you, master. Jiang Xian got up and stood there somewhat nervously. However, she couldn't help curiously sizing up her master whom she had never seen before. In the back hall, on the roof of the west wing, the blood moon scattered a waterfall of coldness. Jiang Hua casually tossed a jar of wine over and said, Is that the Fan Lingyue who forced you into desperate straits several times back then? Yes. Ning Chen opened the jar and drank a mouthful of wine. He felt a burning sensation in his throat and asked, Is she beautiful? Yes. Jiang Hua nodded. Beautiful women are the most terrifying. That's what Mother Zhang told me. Ning Chen smiled faintly. Who is Mother Zhang? Jiang Hua's face flashed with curiosity. Zhang Wuji's mother, replied Ning Chen. Who is Zhang Wuji? Jiang Hua was even more puzzled. A silly boy from the neighboring village when I was young. Ning Chen drank another mouthful of wine and casually spouted some nonsense. You're drunk. Jiang Hua heard something and stretched out the jar. Perhaps. Perhaps after I'm drunk, I'll know whether or not I'm dreaming. Ning Chen clinked the jar in his hand with Jiang Hua's and smiled. In the front hall, Jiang Xian saw her master. After a short moment of nervousness, she also recovered her young girl's nature and curiously asked about this and that. Fan Lingyue answered every one of her questions with unprecedented patience. No matter if it was ordinary trifling matters or questions about cultivation, she answered everything she knew without holding back. After asking about many things, Jiang Xian worshipped her master's talent more and more. She discovered that as long as she could ask a question, there was nothing that her master couldn't answer. After she finished asking questions about cultivation, Jiang Xian suddenly thought of something that had puzzled her for a long time. After hesitating for a moment, she finally couldn't help but ask very carefully, Master, are you and Master really just friends? In her heart, her master and master should be a pair made in heaven. Even if they used to be on different sides, they should still have good feelings for each other. Fan Lingyue smiled faintly. She could hear the meaning behind her disciple's words. A young girl at the age of yearning for love would always yearn for a beautiful ending no matter what. Jiang Xian, you're still young. There are some things that you might not understand. Feelings are a very luxurious thing for me and your master, or rather, it's a burden that we can't bear. However, you're different from us. You still have a long life ahead of you. You have to believe that there will always be someone in this world who is worth entrusting your life to, Fan Lingyue said softly. Hearing her master's words, Jiang Xian nodded as if she understood. The confusion in her eyes was hard to hide. In the front hall and back hall of the general's house, the four people talked until the wine jars were set high, the cold moon hung high, the cold wind gradually rose, and the withered leaves fluttered, covering the sorrow of the world. Ning Chen and Jiang Hua drank while talking nonsense. Perhaps the two of them didn't even remember what they were talking about. It had nothing to do with the suffering of the world or the underworld king. They only talked about which courtesan was the most beautiful in Fallen Moon City and which wine was the best to drink in Heavenly Stellar City. Men talked about women and wine, and it should also be about women and wine. If there's a chance, I'll definitely go to Fallen Moon City and see if the courtesan you're talking about is really that beautiful. Jiang Hua's face was full of disbelief. You can doubt my character, but you can't doubt my taste, Ning Chen said as he drank the wine in his hand. There's no need to doubt your character because you don't have any. As for your taste, I'll evaluate it after I see it, Jiang Hua smiled. The wine is good. If I can survive this time, I'll send some to old man Lu. I haven't been there in a long time. Ning Chen lay down and closed his eyes, talking to himself. In the cold wind, Ji Ming fell asleep and didn't say anything else. He didn't know how long he hadn't closed his eyes, but at this moment, he didn't open them again. Jiang Hua smiled faintly and drank mouthful after mouthful of wine. He also didn't say anything else. In the Divine Continent, in the Eternal Night sect, the Underworld King had been recuperating for several days. Other than the irreversible damage to his Qi, all the wounds on his divine body had recovered. Bai Jiang, the Underworld King said calmly. Your subordinate is here. Bai Jiang knelt down and said. Come with me to open the passage between the two territories. Didn't you always want to kill Luoli with your own hands? I'll give you this opportunity, the Underworld King said calmly. Thank you, Your Majesty, for fulfilling my wish. Bai Jiang's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he said respectfully. At the same time, Niu Chang and the others who couldn't find the experts of the Divine Continent rushed directly from the Qizhou mountain range to the Eternal Night sect. According to the aftermath of the battle, even Niu Chang had to admit that the experts of the Divine Continent didn't have a high chance of surviving this time. However, it wasn't that they didn't gain anything. At least the experts of the Divine Continent left behind the Underworld King's weakness, so they wouldn't be completely unprepared like last time. In front of the Eternal Night sect, figures landed one after another, wanting to challenge the Underworld King's power again. A black aura surged, and the Underworld King appeared. He glanced at the group of people blocking his way, and his calm eyes flashed with indifference. Humans always didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It seemed that sparing their lives last time was unnecessary. Be careful, the Underworld King's injury seems to have healed. The three disasters of West Buddha Mountain warned with a serious expression. They wanted to take advantage of the Underworld King's injury to launch a surprise attack, but they didn't expect the Underworld King to recover so quickly. Niu Chang waved her hand and said coldly, follow the plan and set up the formation. The sin-cleansing spiritual rhinoceros was unsheathed, and dazzling golden light rose endlessly. The divine weapon of Tianfu Mountain, the weapon that could cleanse sins, reappeared in the world. Yu Tianhong pulled out the heaven sword at the same time, and his genuine vitality reached its peak. He took a step forward and started the battle. The other 5 of the 3 disasters watched attentively, and they condensed their genuine vitality, ready to attack at any time. The heaven sword was about to reach him, but the Underworld King raised his hand and blocked the divine weapon. He gathered the genuine vitality in his palm, and his power surged out. It seemed like a casual move, but it was so powerful that it was shocking. Yu Tianhong had been prepared. The moment the deity attacked, he withdrew his sword and retreated quickly, avoiding the descending divine power in advance. The next moment, the sin-cleansing spiritual rhinoceros swept past quickly, and the divine weapon that could kill sins shone brightly. "You've improved, but unfortunately, you're still too weak." The underworld king waved his hand to shake off the divine weapon of Tianfu Mountain. He turned his palm over, and the divine light illuminated the world, suppressing the Buddha's light and destroying the world. Nu Chang retreated quickly to avoid the divine light. She couldn't avoid the divine move from 1,000 feet away. She activated the sin-cleansing spiritual rhinoceros holy chi and blocked the destructive divine power. The overflowing blood dyed the divine weapon red. At the same time, the other 5 of the 3 disasters moved. They blocked the 5 vital acupoints of the underworld king, but the protective genuine vitality surged out, and the divine weapon couldn't go any further. In the moment of the stalemate, the heaven sword arrived, and its sharp edge pierced the deity's heart. The underworld king raised his hand, and the divine move gathered. Nu Chang turned back, and the sin-cleansing spiritual rhinoceros gathered the genuine vitality of the deity again. The 3 waves of attacks took turns, and under the great consumption, the genuine vitality of the deity was finally shaken. His attack was weakened, but he still knocked Yu Tianhong and the other 5 people away. After the divine move was made, the genuine vitality's vibration intensified. The sin-cleansing spiritual rhinoceros pierced an inch, but just as it was about to touch the body of the deity, the sword stopped and couldn't move forward. The underworld king's hand grabbed the divine weapon, and blood dripped down from the sword. The Buddhist holy chi and the divine power kept colliding, and the karmic sword was extraordinary. The wound on the deity's hand couldn't be healed immediately. Chapter 398. In front of the Eternal Night Cult, the experts of West Earth teamed up to fight the Nether King. Wave after wave of attacks were launched without any gaps. The number 1 swordsman of the Divine Palace turned into a stream of light. His heavenly sword slashed out streaks of sharp light as he tried his best to seal off the opportunity for the deity to attack. Nu Chang transformed Buddha Mountain into a weapon to cleanse sin. Dazzling golden light followed like a shadow as it continuously attacked the deity's vital points. "Is this all you have?" The Nether King raised his hand, and his true essence surged. The 7 divine weapons suddenly became sluggish. Shortly after, the divine aura spread out, and everyone was sent flying. Ah! They vomited mouthfuls of vermilion red. It was the powerlessness of humans to defy the heavens. Even someone as strong as Nu Chang, a peak expert who was half a step into the great perfection realm, and 6 of the top experts of West Earth, who knew the deity's weakness, still couldn't shake the divine aura. The Nether King lost his patience. He flipped his palms, and raging waves surged out from the surroundings. The divine aura shook the 9 heavens. Seeing that the divine aura was about to descend, Nu Chang raised her cultivation to the limit. The spiritual light of cleansing sin sublimated to the extreme. The holy light pierced through heaven and earth, resisting the divine aura, illuminating the world. Ha! Yu Tianhong and the others concentrated their true essence at the same time, gathering everyone's strength to increase the power of the divine weapons. The 2 extremes collided, and a huge explosion occurred. The sky collapsed and the earth collapsed. The ground cracked, and sand billowed, spreading out for thousands of feet. With a crack, the divine weapons broke and flew to the side. This was the most despairing ending. Humans couldn't defy the heavens. Before the deity, they could only accept the judgment. Figures fell to the ground one after another. Blood spurted out from their bodies, dyeing the dust and sand red. They were forever buried in the East Domain. Only the 2 of you are left. The Nether King raised his hand and flipped his palm. Heavenly fire surged. The next move would completely end the lives of the blasphemers. Immeasurable life, immeasurable death, reincarnation after reincarnation. Seeing that her life was at stake, Nu Chang used the spiritual heart in her body to activate the life-saving move that she could only use after reaching the Great Perfection realm. Suddenly, an ancient and majestic dragon gate appeared, blocking the divine flames. The two extremes collided, and the space rumbled. The dragon gate responded and dissipated. Nu Chang and Yu Tianhong had already disappeared in the sky. The Nether King coldly snorted. His figure flickered, and an afterimage flashed as he quickly followed. When Bai Jiang saw this, he stomped his foot and also followed. The hearts of the two people who were seriously injured as they fled to the east became heavier and heavier. The power of the gods was not something that could be resisted by the power of human beings. Could it be that the destruction of the human world 30,000 years ago was going to happen again? It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or some other reason, but the two of them escaped to the Ascension Valley. If they went further east, they would reach the easternmost land, the end of the world. At the same time, cultivators from the Divine Prefecture walked out of seclusion in the holy lands of the four ultimate realms, indicating that the final battle was about to begin. Luo Li and Li Luo fused together, gathering all of their power, reaching the peak of their lives. Their might continuously rose, reaching the peak of the third calamity. The hierarch of the Eternal Night, the number one cultivator in the Divine Prefecture, and the former number one figure of the Eternal Night cult. Although he had a mortal body, he was astonishingly powerful. If it were not for the lack of time, perhaps the Divine Prefecture would really have a supreme cultivator in the Great Fulfillment realm. Are you ready? The red light gathered and knowing destiny appeared. He looked at the figures in front of him and said calmly. We can set off at any time, said the Eternal Night Hierarch. Xia Zi also walked out, surrounded by demonic qi. The demonic mark between his eyebrows became redder and redder. What little humanity he had left was about to disappear. Too many people had been sacrificed in this divine tribulation. Now, no matter the price, they had to send Pluto back. Everyone moved and headed to the top of the ninth heaven. The final battle had finally arrived. In front of the Ascension Valley, a god appeared. Yu Tianhong and Nu Chang had nowhere to go. The god's might shook, and the two of them flew back more than 100 feet. Blood kept dripping from the corners of their mouths. The two of them were severely injured and covered in blood. Before the god, the three calamities and the great fulfillment realm were just illusions. Pluto glanced coldly at the two people who had been sent flying. He ignored them and walked to the passage between the two realms. He flipped his right hand, and the divine flame roared out, crashing into the seal set by knowing destiny. With a loud bang, the heaven and earth of the two realms shook. The seal flickered continuously, showing signs of instability. At this moment, a five-colored flowing light swept out from the space passage. It was extremely sharp and carried a majestic fate energy. It slashed toward the god in front of it. Pluto raised his hand and blocked the divine weapon. The god's might spread, and the Nianqing flew out and stabbed into the ground. The last remaining fate energy dissipated. At this moment, many figures walked out of the space passage. The cultivators of the Divine Prefecture who had disappeared for a long time appeared again. There was no turning back. This battle would be the last chance for the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture to stop the god from destroying the world. If they failed, the human world would be doomed forever. Are you finally willing to show yourself? Knowing destiny, Marquis. Pluto looked at the red-robed young man behind the crowd and said lightly. Sorry to keep you waiting, Ning Chen replied calmly. This is your last chance. Don't disappoint the god again. Pluto raised the hand of God again. In an instant, the heaven and earth collapsed. The Ascension Valley disappeared for no reason, and the land within 100 miles collapsed violently. Heavenly fire rose all over the sky with destructive power. The ultimate gods might once again made people feel the despair of the end of the world. Just as the gods' might was about to appear, knowing destiny did not wait any longer. He leaped into the sky and stood at the end of the sky. Blue starlight overflowed from his body and condensed into the most beautiful figure. Knowing Destiny and military counselor worked together for the first time after 6 years. The scroll of light and the scroll of chaos slowly merged. Suddenly, the rules of heaven and earth collapsed. A strange destructive aura descended from the sky and enveloped the entire land of the divine prefecture. "I'll take my leave first," Fan Lingyue looked at the young man beside her. A smile flashed across her beautiful face. "Take care," Ning Chen nodded and said softly. Fan Lingyue took one last look at the divine prefecture below her. Her figure immediately dissipated and merged into the two scrolls. In the next moment, the divine prefecture suffered a great calamity. Tens of thousands of people cried in grief. Figures collapsed one after another, and blood splattered. Regardless of gender, age, millions of bloody light soared into the sky. Endless sorrow and resentment instantly covered the moon in the sky. The shocking scene shocked everyone. Only the pair of emotionless eyes in the sky looked at the desolate scene of the divine prefecture without any change. Emotionless, heartless, and fickle. At this moment, no one could understand the figure in red in the sky. Could it be that knowing Destiny's heart was really made of iron and stone? Oh! Shen Ming's eyes flashed with a strange light. Under the suppression of the resentment, the rising divine flame immediately weakened. The moment he attacked, his true essence shook violently. The hierarch of eternal night, Xia Zi, Marquis Kaixien, and the others came to their senses. They joined forces to block the attack and retreated 3 steps. The true qi in their bodies surged violently. Nian Qin flew up. Knowing Destiny held his blade and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yama. The extremely fast blade slashed across the sharp edge of death. Somehow, the blade had turned blood red. The resentment weapon strengthened by resentment was so cold that it made people tremble. Seeing this, Wan Fengchen and Jiang Hua also waved their blades and rushed forward. They defended knowing Destiny with all their strength. Yama shifted his body and dodged the sharp edges. He turned his palm over and a vigorous palm power surged out. Marquis Kaixien, Xian Tian, and Xia Zi blocked the attack. With a bang, they retreated several steps and the corners of their mouths turned red. Outside the battle, the falling star drew the star mark. The green arrow light gathered and shot out in an instant. The true essence around Shen Ming's body appeared and blocked the arrow light. Before he could counterattack, the blood-red resentment weapon closed in on him and blocked his chance to attack. The bright and chaotic scrolls merged into one. Fan Lingyue's last consciousness scattered between heaven and earth, adding the resentment of millions of creatures to the body of Yama. Shen Ming's body was restrained and couldn't use his full strength. He showed signs of defeat for the first time. Dawn appeared. The hierarch of eternal night circulated the true essence around him. Red lightning rumbled and the smoke cloud divine spear shone with red light as it slashed toward Shen Ming. "Luoli, your opponent is me." Bai Zhang's figure flashed and blocked the divine spear with his sword. Wu Guan, whose cultivation had doubled, coldly looked at the first person in the eternal night hierarch in 1,000 years. The hierarch of eternal night's expression also turned cold. Without any nonsense, his body moved and the divine spear fell with great force. The swords and spears clashed again. The sharp edges kept flashing around the two. Their grudges were hard to resolve. Only death was the end of their hatred. The two sides had different opponents, but they were equally tragic. Drops of blood spilled and dyed the ground red. In front of Yama, there were 3 blades. One was attacking and the other 2 were defending. Each blade was faster than the last. Marquis Triumphant Return, Xian Tian, and Xia Zi used all their strength to block the attacks. The falling star formation was clear on offense and defense. In the distance, Luofei, who was the only one who knew Ning Chen's plan, stood outside the battle. She watched with rapt attention but didn't participate in the battle. Not bad, huh? Yama grabbed the blade of resentment weapon and waved his hand to send Jiang Hua and Wan Fengchen flying. The divine flame around him rose again and slammed toward the knowing destiny body. Vast military might. Marquis triumphant returns figure flashed and blocked the attack with his blade. A brilliant slash fell and blocked the divine power. Void extinction Xian Tian. Xian Tian coordinated with him and endless sword flow crashed into the destructive divine flame. Demonic sword, reincarnation. The Emperor activated his demonic vitality and blocked the divine power with a reincarnation sword. With a bang, the three figures retreated more than 10 steps. Blood kept dripping from their arms. After the divine power was used, the blade of resentment weapon broke through the protective true vitality and pierced into Yama's chest. Blood splattered everywhere. Seeing this, Xia Zi rushed to the front of the god and stabbed the vital part of Yama's heart with the demonic sword. Do you think it's that easy? Yama's face turned cold. He endured the pain in his chest and pushed the demonic sword away with his palm. In the next moment, there was a loud bang in the sky. Lightning fell from the sky and gathered on the god's palm. The divine power spread out and forced the people who wanted to help to retreat. Knowing destiny Marquis, your existence makes the process of the gods destroying the human world more interesting. However, it's time to end it. Yama raised his hand and pressed it on Ning Chen's chest. An endless gravitational force spread out. Suddenly, the knowing destiny body collapsed. Yama, the human world won't be destroyed. You can't win. The phoenix origin left his body and Ning Chen's figure kept flickering. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared and returned to the god's body. With the origin back, Yama opened his eyes and a terrifying divine power spread out. The 12 wings of sin spread out on his back and disappeared in an instant. Yama, the lord of the 7 ultimate celestial realm, and the god of creation of the 5 regions. At this moment, the last flaw disappeared. The vibrating true vitality around him gradually stabilized. Chapter 399. The Underworld King used all of his power, and his divine might shook the world. Black energy continuously spread out, exuding a destructive pressure that frightened even gods and ghosts. The aftershock of the attack caused everyone present to be pushed back by more than 10 steps. Blood continuously flowed from their mouths. The most extreme result was that the 7 ultimate divine body was complete. His true yuan was endless, vast, and heavy. It's over. The Nether King raised his hand and thunder roared. Dazzling lightning bolts shot out and blasted the people in front of him away. Blood splashed out, dyeing the sky red. There was no longer any hope. The destruction of the world had already become a foregone conclusion. Xian Tian, who bore the brunt of the attack, forcefully withstanding the majority of the divine might. His sword broke and he fell to the ground. Xian Tian. Grief flashed through Wan Fengchen's eyes. He waved his hand and the resentment soldier flew into his hand. He took a step forward and turned into a streak of light, slashing toward the god. You can't. Jiang Hua was startled and rushed forward to save him. Are you angry? Are you filled with regret? Unfortunately, you've already missed the last chance the god gave you. The Nether King flipped his palm and divine flames surged like an ocean. Jiang Hua was immediately sent flying. Blood spurted out as he crashed into the ground. The shockwave sent Wan Fengchen flying back dozens of feet as blood flowed out of his body. Jiang Xian, before he could finish his words, the light in Jiang Hua's eyes dimmed. A genius of a generation, the hope of the general family for 100 years, had died. Jiang Hua. Wan Fengchen's heart was filled with pain. He staggered back, but he couldn't defy the heavens. He couldn't resist his fate. Only anger and regret could devour his heart. On the other side, the Eternal Night Hierarch saw the sudden change in the battle. He quickly rushed forward to help. At the same time, Bai Jiang moved. Blue blood sky tears streaked across the sky, blocking the path ahead. You won't be able to go anywhere today. Wu Guan swung his sword to block the attack. The divine weapon glowed with a green light as it drew out streaks of cold light, adding a touch of sorrow to the tragic battle. The sword stabbed into his body, causing blood to gush out. The Eternal Night Hierarch grabbed the sword with his left hand and slashed down with the smoke cloud divine dagger axe. Luoli, don't think that you're the only one who isn't afraid of death. Whether it's courage or anything else, I've never been inferior to you. Bai Jiang snorted and blocked the dagger axe with a flip of his palm. He didn't give in at all. He wanted to defeat his opponent. Bang! However, at this moment, a green and red figure separated from the Eternal Night Hierarch's body and pressed a palm on Wu Guan's chest, bringing forth a great waterfall of blood. Bai Jiang didn't have time to react. He was sent flying backwards several paces. His body flashed, and his spear slashed through the air. A head flew up into the air, shocking the world for the last time. All that remained was regret and unwillingness. Wu Guan had lost his life, and the enmity between them had dissipated. The Eternal Night Hierarch didn't linger in the slightest and rushed to the rescue with his spear. This was their last chance, and they couldn't afford to lose again no matter what. Scarlet lightning surged, and the divine halberd slashed down. The deity flipped his palm to block it. The boundless scarlet lightning was unable to move even half a step forward. Wild sand spreads 10,000 li. Marquis victorious return stepped forward and brandished his saber, causing the sand to churn violently. With a slash of his saber, the earth split open. You did your best. The Nether King remained motionless like a mountain. He raised his hand and grabbed the brilliant world blade. With a loud clang, the blade was broken. His powerful palm imprinted on Triumph Return's chest. A pool of blood splattered as he retreated several steps. In front of the divine might, it was difficult to return victorious. The great Xia war god looked at the ground in front of him with reluctance. This life was over. There were regrets, but no regrets. Triumph Return. The Eternal Night Hierarch revealed a sorrowful expression. The situation in front of him was so difficult that he couldn't see the slightest bit of hope. Sword style, heaven overturning sword. At that moment, a sharp sword light rushed over from afar. Soon after, two different sword lights appeared and intertwined, transforming into a dazzling sword that slashed towards the deity. Jian Yi, Jian Er, and Mu Qianshan appeared on the battlefield. The three swords joined hands to resist the divine might. The Nether King waved his hand, scattering the sword lights. He turned around and released his true yuan. Boundless divine might surged out, attacking everyone present. With a loud bang, everyone retreated. At the moment of crisis, 5 more silhouettes appeared and stood around the deity. Qing He, Zhong Yong, Jiyu, Taiping, and the few remaining martial marquises of Grand Xia had all arrived. Even the Beiwu Marquis who had betrayed Grand Xia had come. At this moment, they had cast aside their enmity and joined hands once again. Pillars of light soared into the sky. The 5 martial marquises' strength soared to the extreme. The heavens and earth sensed it and sent down a demonic tribulation. The 5 pillars of light pierced through the heavens and earth. The martial marquises' karma brought about an unprecedented great tribulation. The resentment that filled the sky seemed to have found an outlet and crazily gathered. The heavenly demon tribulation instantly transformed into a terrifying destructive force that drowned the 5 martial marquises. Within the 5 pillars of light, the Nether King felt his body sink and his aura become suppressed. World Wave. East Flow. Under the demonic tribulation, Qing He took the lead and the 5 martial marquises moved together. They forcefully endured the pain of the heavenly tribulation and instantly arrived in front of the deity. Using themselves as the weapon and the demonic tribulation as the power, the raging waves surged out. This was the scene of humanity's will reaching the pinnacle. Even the deity was moved. The surrounding divine flames roared and his palm shook the raging waves. He used his full strength without holding back. This was the deity's respect for the opponent in front of him. The powerful resentment added to his body. The Nether King took half a step back. The true chi in his body trembled violently and forcefully blocked the might of the demonic tribulation. The heavenly demon tribulation dissipated and the divine flames engulfed the martial Marquises. A drop of blood quietly fell from the corner of the deity's mouth. He was actually injured by the demonic tribulation. "You guys, name," the Nether King said seriously. "Grand Xia Martial Marquis." Qing He opened his mouth and in the next moment, his body scattered. Bei Wu chuckled and then also disappeared. In the end, he was still unable to get rid of this title that he had carried for half his life. "I'll leave it to you guys." After the final words of farewell, Jiyu, Zhongyong, and Taiping scattered and disappeared from the world. The Grand Xia Martial Marquises were finished. Thousands of miles away, Marquis Anling and Kong Yu looked at the disappearing pillars of light and became silent. A newly conferred Martial Marquis and a future Martial Marquis. At this moment, they finally understood why Marquis Ji Ming was unwilling to express his opinion on the matter of the two being conferred Marquises. In front of Ascension Valley, the divine tribulation shook the world. Heaven and earth wept in grief. The unceasing falling figures were the stubbornness of humanity. Facing the deities, they would rather die in battle than lower their heads. The three swords once again trembled. The star-marked bow was drawn and the arrow pierced through the sky. Bearing the will of the Martial Marquis, the battle began again. The Eternal Night Hierarch and Xia Zi clashed with their swords. Demonic power and red lightning surged as they joined forces to shake the deities. Blood was spilled and injuries were swallowed. At this moment, there was no way back. There was no other thought. There was only battle until death. In the distance, Yu Tianhong and Nu Chang, who were shaken out of the battle by the aftermath of the battle, looked at the fierce battle between the divine prefecture's powerhouses and the deities. They were shocked beyond words. Outside the battle, no matter how fierce the battle was, Luofei did not make a move. She stood there motionless. In the sky, the brilliance of the bright and chaotic scrolls that had merged into one became dimmer and dimmer. Fine cracks appeared and spread horizontally and vertically. The two scrolls that caused chaos in the human world had suffered too much backlash and were on the verge of collapse. The bloody light of the resentment of millions of creatures gradually weakened. The Nether King's body became stronger and stronger. As the palm roared, the heavens and earth trembled. Divine power descended. Qian Er could not dodge in time. Seeing that he could not escape death, he used a broken sword to block the attack. With a bang, he was sent flying. Senior brother. Qian Er's pupils shrank. His body was also sent flying by the aftershock. Live, on. The broken sword shattered and the swordsman fell. The desolate city's sword one disappeared. In the most tragic battle, the sunken ground was dyed red with blood. The will of the humans made the deities look askance. Since the creation of the world, this was the first time the deities put down their pride and treated the people in front of them as real opponents. Divine flames rose in the sky, and their power rose rapidly. Although they were suppressed by the resentment, they were still shockingly powerful. The Eternal Night Hierarch and Xia Zi joined forces to block the deity's attack again. However, after a loud bang, the smoke cloud divine spear and demonic sword could not withstand the deity's power. They cried out continuously and cracks appeared. In this hopeless battle, sword light and halberd light intertwined. This was the humans' last struggle to delay the deity's destruction. Time's up. It's time to end this. At this point, the battle was about to come to an end. Pulling back the other 4 regions was imminent. Pluto didn't want to delay any longer. He waved his hand and forced the people in front of him to retreat. Then, he raised both his palms. With a rumble, thunder fell from the sky and gathered on the deity's left palm. Then, divine flames surged out and turned into a huge vortex. It roared and swirled on the deity's right hand. Both moves were used at the same time. The earth moved and the mountains collapsed. In the distance, Wan Fengchen saw this. He used the 2 blades in his hands to support his injured body. He took a step forward and entered the battle again. The resentment weapon and the blood blade slashed out, and a dazzling blood-red light pierced towards the deity's heart. With a clanging sound, the deity's protective true yuan blocked the blades. However, at this moment, the divine spear pointed to the sky and forcibly absorbed the remaining power of the deity's attack. In an instant, red lightning surged, and its power increased several times. Extreme lightning, sacrifice to the heavens. The deity's most powerful attack appeared in the world again. The hierarch of eternal night slashed down with his spear. Red lightning with endless destructive power roared out and crashed into the deity's protective true qi. When the 2 attacks collided, the divine spear shattered. At the same time, the red lightning broke through the deity's protective true yuan and penetrated the deity's body. The Pluto groaned. Blood flowed out of his mouth. It was the first time he had been seriously injured since the battle. With a cracking sound, the lightning illuminated the dusky horizon. The deity endured the severe pain in his chest and used both of his techniques at the same time. The extremely powerful divine technique pressed down with a loud bang. In an instant, the space around him collapsed and disappeared. The land within 100 miles was devastated. The attack that could destroy the world was not something that humans could resist. Seeing that their last hope was about to be destroyed, the deity's endless resentment in the world fell from the sky and blocked the deity's destructive power. In the most extreme of collisions, light and light shattered, annihilated into nothingness. The divine might also subsequently dissipated, scattering between heaven and earth. The resentment was exhausted, and the last shackle on the Pluto's body disappeared. Just as the deities were about to attack again to end the battle, a piercing phoenix cry resounded through the 9 heavens. In the deity's body, the last of the great righteousness left by the headmaster burst out. The 2 forces collided. The true yuan around the Pluto shook violently and showed signs of instability. At this moment, outside the battle, Luo Fei, who had not made a move until now, finally moved. The open heavenly book, and the bright moonlight illuminated the world. Chapter 400. Luo Fei attacked and the moonlight shone on the mortal world. In an instant, the void froze, flowers stopped blooming, birds stopped chirping, and heaven and earth seemed dead. Phoenix cries shook the sky as knowing destiny's consciousness resisted fiercely, drawing out the righteous energy from the headmaster. As the 2 forces clashed, Pluto's true chi stagnated and a flaw appeared in his protective true essence. Knowing destiny Marquis, do you want to fight me to the death again? Pluto snorted, his aura fluctuated as his divine power suppressed the resistance of his consciousness. In the battle, the moonlight shone and the backlash was self-inflicted. Blood dripped from the corner of Luo Fei's mouth as her divine power was unstoppable. Every breath was a struggle for life. You have the power of no scroll left by knowing destiny Marquis in your body, hurry up and attack. Luo Fei urged. Xia Zi's eyes trembled as he looked at Pluto whose consciousness was constantly changing. The demonic sword in his hand was unprecedentedly heavy. One was for the people of the divine prefecture, and the other was for the life of his friend. Sacrificing one person in exchange for peace in the divine prefecture was a cruel choice. One sword to send knowing destiny to peace in the world. Xia Zi, don't let down knowing destiny Marquis' sacrifice. The Eternal Night Hierarch and Wan Fengchen dashed out, and the two sabers slammed into the god's protective true energy. Falling stars assisted at the same time as the star mark bow was drawn. A red arrow pierced through the air and shot towards the heart of the god. Half a day's remnant crimson moon. Mu Qianshang and Jian Er waved their swords and rushed forward. The four divine weapons resisted the divine power and tried to break through the god's protective true essence to open a path for the emperor. A mere human dares to defile the face of a god, foolish. The underworld king opened his eyes, and the wings of sin appeared indistinctly. With a flip of his palm, incomparable divine might roared out. Pluto, you can't win. A resolute look flashed across the Eternal Night Hierarch's eyes. He raised the true origin around him to the limit and blocked the divine move head-on. With a bang, the divine might entered his body and destroyed his bones. Blood spurted out and scattered all over the sky. At the same time, the red arrow arrived and helped the sword. The god's protective true essence finally reached its limit and dissipated. Demonic sword. Xia Zi suppressed the pain in his heart and concentrated his demonic qi into the demonic sword. With the power of the heavenly book, the sword reached the god's heart. Buried heaven. A sword pierced through his body. Blood gushed out and flowed down along the edge of the demonic sword. He had killed a deity and left the knowing destiny state. The Nether King snorted and sent the person in front of him flying with a flip of his palm. He took half a step back and the aura around him flickered continuously. His divine body was destroyed. Black smoke surged out and his feathers fell. The consciousness of a deity that had descended to the mortal world could no longer stay. He could return to the seven extinction celestial realm at any time. Red stars converged, and the remnant soul left the body of the deity. Knowing destiny manifested to bid farewell to Yama. Jiming Marquis, you've won this time. However, there are always winners and losers in battles. I hope that when I return, the world will still be so lucky. As soon as he finished speaking, the god of hell's body dissipated, and rays of light flew in all directions. This was the power of the origin that had been seized by the gods when they created the divine body. The phoenix origin and the ghost origin flew out in different directions. Knowing destiny moved and grabbed the ghost origin without hesitation. Finally, success. The Eternal Night Hierarch was half kneeling on the ground, propping himself up with his blade. He was also nearing the end of his life. Father. Luo Fei rushed forward and injected her true qi, trying to save the former's life. No need. Knowing that he couldn't save himself, the Eternal Night Hierarch waved his hand to stop Luo Fei's useless efforts. He forced himself to stand up and looked at Jiming Marquis in front of him. Boy, if you have any unfulfilled wishes, hurry up. Hierarch, may we meet again? Ning Chen calmly said. Never. The Eternal Night Hierarch replied. At the last moment of his life, Ning Chen finally unloaded the heavy burden on his body. His figure flew out and rushed towards the direction of the Marquis Mansion. Jiming Marquis Mansion. Knowing destiny appeared, the state of his remnant soul became more and more unstable. He couldn't hold on for much longer. Marquis. Brother. Ruo Shi and Ning Shi, who had been waiting in the mansion, unconsciously covered their mouths. Tears dripped down. I'm sorry, but in the end, I still broke my promise. Ning Chen glanced at the two with a gentle look in his eyes. He had promised to live, but he couldn't do it. Ning Shi, open the secret room. I don't have much time left. I need to save Ghost Girl as soon as possible. Ning Chen whispered. Ning Shi nodded with tears in her eyes and stepped into the study. She came to the bookshelf behind the desk and waved her hand to open the door of the secret room. In the center of the secret room, there was an ice coffin lying horizontally. Inside the coffin, a beautiful red figure was sleeping peacefully without the slightest pain. Ning Chen stepped forward and took out the ghost origin. He slowly pushed it into the coffin. The next moment, ghost chi filled the air and the ghost origin disappeared into the woman's dantian. The waiting process was particularly long. 1 minute, 2 minutes, the figure in the coffin never woke up. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with a touch of sadness. Can't I wait any longer? The time was up. Ning Chen sighed deeply and turned to look at the two behind him. He said goodbye, Ning Shi, Roa Shi, goodbye. As soon as his voice fell, the remnant soul dissipated and scattered between heaven and earth. Knowing Destiny's remnant soul disappeared. At the same time, in the Marquis mansion, Knowing Destiny's main body's aura quickly dissipated. In the homeland of West Buddha, a man's heart was connected to her veins. Her heart was connected to a man's heart, and the crystal flowers supporting her heart withered. Her life force also quickly dissipated. The sword rack fell, and the sad sound of the ancient swords accompanied her for many years. The sword heart had feelings. Yen Qin Wang's body trembled and he powerlessly closed his eyes. So what if he wasn't defeated? So what if he was a legend? At this moment, there was nothing he could do. In Ascension Valley, Wan Fengchen hugged Xian Tian and Jiang Hua's corpses. Without a word, he stepped into the spatial channel and bid farewell to the divine prefecture, returning to the four extreme realms. Luo Fei, I'm sorry. The sovereign apologized. His demonic qi surged and his last consciousness was gradually annihilated. The sovereign and the devil's figures flashed and disappeared to the east. Luo Fei didn't chase after them. She silently hugged her father's corpse and walked towards the west. Mu Qianshang, Jian Er, and Luo Xingchen also took the souls of the dead and left. On this day, the strong cultivators of the divine prefecture all disappeared. After a tragic battle, the injured went into seclusion, and the dead were buried. In the divine prefecture, the blood moon set in the west. The sun rose for the first time in 2 months. The warm morning light shone on the world, dispelling the darkness and the coldness. It's dawn. It's finally dawn. Countless people cried tears of joy. After experiencing despair and the divine tribulation, they finally understood the preciousness of peace. This must be the result of the Marquis risking their lives. The people of Great Xia looked at the blazing sun in the east, and their hearts were filled with gratitude. In the sky above the imperial city of Great Xia, Niu Chang appeared. Looking at the people kneeling on the ground, a faint light flashed in her eyes. In the next moment, Niu Chang disappeared and came to the Marquis residence. She waved her hand and took Xi Ming's body and left again. Oh! They succeeded. In the homeland of West Buddha, the masters of the Divine Palace and Demon Temple felt the disappearance of the Nether King's aura. They stepped out of the palace and stood in the void. In that case, it's our turn. Zi Tiangong looked at the Demon Buddha in the distance and said. That's my intention. The Demon Buddha nodded and replied. The two masters joined forces and attacked at the same time. With a boom, the space passage between the two regions opened again. The people of the Divine Prefecture who had just survived the Divine Tribulation were shocked again. Looking at the huge ravine in the sky, they were shocked. One figure after another walked out. Although their powerful auras were far inferior to the Nether Kings, for the Divine Prefecture who had just experienced the Divine Tribulation, it was already an irresistible force. Build the Four Corners Divine Towers as soon as possible. Don't make any mistakes, the man in the lead said. Yes. The other three nodded and agreed. The four figures rushed out in 4 directions. No one could stop them. 2 days later, the Four Corners Divine Towers were built one after another. They towered into the clouds with an imposing aura. The Northern Meng Imperial Court, the Barbarian Dynasty, Yang Hong, and the Barbarian King tried to stop them, but they failed and returned with heavy injuries. Finally, the day has come. In the Divine Palace and Demon Temple, the two masters of the consummation plane felt the origin power of heaven and earth from the divine prefecture of the eastern region. Their eyes flashed with a dazzling light. The origin power of each region was limited. The more they obtained, the greater the possibility of entering the next realm. The unknown realm, the unknown power, no one had set foot in it before. The power of the two continued to rise. The dragon gate behind them appeared and gradually became solid. In the divine prefecture, the damage caused by the four corners divine towers was getting worse. Disasters occurred everywhere. However, for the sake of the Nether King's destruction of the human world, the masters of the divine prefecture had all died. They could no longer stop this foreign disaster. Demonic Buddha, Violet Heavenly Palace, your ambition has impressed me. In the old site of the academy, Nu Chang looked at the four corners divine towers. Her eyes were cold. It seemed that she was not the only one who wanted to see the next realm. In a temporary wooden house, the soul-suppressing orb stabilized the remaining two souls of knowing destiny. 3 fate reversal pills forcibly kept the latter's last breath so that his vitality would not dissipate. Nu Chang wanted the tomes of arcane, especially the scroll of life. However, after several days of soul-searching, she found nothing. Knowing destiny had lost one soul. His memory and consciousness were incomplete. After the completion, no one knew what the next realm was. No one had ever set foot in it. Perhaps it existed 30,000 years ago. However, it had completely disappeared after the Nether King destroyed the world. No one knew the origin of the tomes of arcane. She guessed that it might be helpful for stepping into the next realm. The scroll of life was the beginning of the tomes of arcane. It could be integrated and transformed into any cultivation body. For her who had been stuck in the completion realm for hundreds of years, it was very tempting. Now the trouble was that the soul searching was fruitless. If she wanted to get the scroll of life, she had to complete the missing soul of this person and awaken him. However, it was not an easy thing to do. Since ancient times, the 3 souls and 7 spirits had been the most difficult taboo for the human body. Even Nu Chang, who was in the completion realm, could not fully understand it. Perhaps only the existence of the Nether King, who was beyond the world, could see through the secrets. She couldn't create a soul out of thin air. The only thing she could do now was to find the phoenix origin that had disappeared. There was definitely a portion of this person's soul power left there. She had to find a way to complete this incomplete soul. Judging from the aura of the numerous essences when they dispersed, Feng Yuan was flying towards the southwest. There was still a long way to go. She had to make the best use of her time. Otherwise, once this person's vitality dissipated, all her previous efforts would be in vain. Chapter 401. Around the divine prefecture, the 4 divine towers connected the sky and the earth. A strange power spread out, and the origin energy between heaven and earth was constantly sent to the other side. It plundered without any care for the consequences, causing the origin energy of this incomplete world to rapidly dry up. After the tribulation of Yama, the number of experts in the divine prefecture fell from its peak to its lowest point. The remaining top experts were too heavily injured in the tribulation, and all of them went into seclusion. It was impossible for them to appear in the near future. On the West Earth, the cultivation of the lords of the divine palace and the demon temple grew stronger and stronger. The dragon gate behind them had completely solidified, surpassing the level that ordinary peak experts could reach. As the two of them grew stronger, the day of the 5 regions merging was getting closer and closer. To truly take the last step, heaven and earth had to be complete, and pulling back the east region was imminent. In the divine prefecture, Great Xia, which had lost 1,000 years of fortune, was already at the end of its days. The martial marquises guarding the various regions had died in battle, and the defense of the entire empire was almost non-existent. In front of benefits that were within reach, the hearts of people became extremely terrifying. In many cities, several city lords who had troops repeatedly disobeyed the orders of the imperial court. Their intention to rebel couldn't be more obvious. A month later, the 9 city lords who had been plotting for a long time finally couldn't hide their ambitions anymore. With the excuse of saving the emperor, they sent troops up north and openly rebelled. When it rains, it pours. After the 9 cities rebelled, another 3 cities rejected the imperial court's orders to mobilize troops. In just half a month, the rebel army consecutively broke through 5 major cities, and was less than 1,000 miles away from the imperial capital of Great Xia. The era of Great Xia is over. Those with discerning eyes in the divine prefecture could see that the change of dynasties was difficult to reverse. After the tribulation of Yama, Great Xia's 1,000 years of foundation had been exhausted. The once invincible empire had finally reached its end. No one could deny that in this divine tribulation, the Great Xia Empire had made the most indelible contribution to the survival of the divine prefecture. They had paid a heavy price by sacrificing all of their peak combat power to send the Lord of Hell back to the 7 ultimate heavens. However, people's hearts were fickle, and only benefits were the eternal truth. Knowing destiny saw through everything, so he would never be swayed by other people's joy, anger, hatred, or resentment. He stuck to his beliefs and had no regrets even in death. With Evernight destroyed and Great Xia in chaos, the divine prefecture had officially entered an era of independent rule. There were no longer any invincible dynasties, and the flames of war were everywhere. The Grand Xia Imperial City, after the divine tribulation, was once the #1 city under the heavens. But now, it was dilapidated to the extreme. The streets were crisscrossed with huge ravines, so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. This was the reality of the imperial city, and even more so, the portrayal of the entire world. Within the imperial city, more than half of the people were dead or injured. Every house was hung with white silk. The imperial army that guarded the imperial city also suffered a devastating blow from the divine tribulation. There were not many survivors. "Empress, we can't hold on any longer." In the Weiyang Palace, Qing Ning looked at Zhang Sun, who was sitting on the sickbed with tears in her eyes. "Forget it, I won't fight anymore." Zhang Sun sighed deeply. Since someone wanted the throne, they would give it up. She was already tired, and the soldiers of Great Xia could no longer sacrifice themselves needlessly. Report. At this moment, an urgent report came. The general was kneeling outside the Weiyang Palace, delivering the frontline battle report. The little eunuch took the battle report and hurriedly delivered it to Zhang Sun's bedroom, not daring to tarry for even a moment. Qin Ning went forward to take it and quickly walked back, handing it to Zhang Sun, who was lying on the sickbed. The sealed letter had not been removed yet. Zhang Sun braced himself and tore open the seal. After reading it carefully, he handed it to Qin Ning. "Take a look," Zhang Sun said tiredly. Qin Ning took the letter with a puzzled expression. After reading it, her expression changed. The content of the letter was very simple, but it was indeed a shocking matter. Emperor Beimeng was personally leading a 150,000 army down south. When the letter was delivered, they had already passed Yangue City. Now, they were probably not far from Tianmen Pass. Qin Ning could not hide the shock in her heart. The empress did not ask for help from Beimeng. Furthermore, personal feelings could not decide anything between dynasties. Since they were not reinforcements, the purpose of Beimeng's army going down south was very obvious. They were invading. Ningchen has taught an incredible emperor. Zhang Sun sighed softly. He did not look too surprised. For this little emperor to wait until today to send out his troops, he could already be considered extremely benevolent. Great Xia's luck had run out, and they could not hold on any longer. To Beimeng, this was the best opportunity, a good opportunity to pacify the world. Report. Outside Weiyang Palace, another urgent report came in. The little eunuch who delivered the letter quickly walked over and delivered the letter. The information in the letter was similar to the previous one. The barbarian dynasty had also sent out troops. The barbarian crown prince was leading a 100,000-strong army to the north and would reach the central plains of Great Xia in a few days. In the divine prefecture, other than the former Great Xia, the two strongest dynasties had already sent out troops. This meant that the day of Great Xia's destruction was really not far away. Qing Ning, the divine prefecture is very likely to be unified, Zhang Sun said weakly. Qing Ning was slightly stunned when she heard this. She could not understand the deeper meaning of Zhang Sun's words. When the world is divided for a long time, it must unite for a long time. The destruction of the Eternal Night sect and the division of Great Xia has given Beimeng and the barbarian dynasty the best opportunity. The rebel army in Great Xia will not be able to do anything. The final winner will be between Beimeng and the barbarian dynasty. After saying this, Zhang Sun took a short break and continued to explain, Beimeng and the barbarian dynasty suffered less damage than Great Xia in the calamity of Yama. It can be said that the two strongest dynasties in the divine prefecture are Beimeng and the barbarian dynasty. Comparatively, Beimeng's imperial court is obviously stronger. Therefore, they have the best chance of unifying the world. Empress, is there really no way to salvage the situation in Great Xia? Qing Ning's expression flashed with sadness as she asked. Zhang Sun shook her head tiredly and said, "It's very difficult and there's no need. It's just a matter of time." Great Xia's territory was too big. After suffering such a great calamity, it was already impossible to defend it. Especially after the death of the martial marquises of Great Xia, the deterrence hanging over the hearts of the various factions of Great Xia disappeared. The rebellion was already expected. Great Xia no longer had the power to unify the fragmented territory again. The day of a change of dynasty would come sooner or later. While the divine prefecture was in chaos, in the homeland of West Buddha, in the divine palace and the demon temple, two unusually powerful auras were getting more and more terrifying by the day. They were very close to taking the final step. Demon Buddha, are you ready? In the divine palace, a cold and arrogant voice came out, crossing thousands of miles and reaching the demon temple. "We can do it at any time," the demon Buddha in the demon temple replied. "Then let's begin." As the voice fell, at the highest point of the divine palace, the huge palace door opened. A figure shining with purple light walked out. The heavy pressure made all things fall. It was powerful and terrifying. At the same time, in the demon temple, the demon Buddha also walked out. His aura was not inferior to the Lord of the divine palace. The demonic power of Buddha made people feel cold all over. The two venerables joined forces, and the dragon gate appeared between heaven and earth. The powerful force penetrated heaven and earth and reached the foreign domain. In the divine prefecture, heaven and earth trembled. The rumbling sound resounded through the eastern region. The four corners divine pagoda showed its divine power and pulled the ground below toward the direction of the four domains. The indescribably terrifying scene shocked the whole world. No one knew what had happened, and they could not change anything. They could only watch the ground rise and move toward an unknown direction. In the southwest territory of the divine prefecture, Niu Chang's face darkened. She looked at the homeland of West Buddha in the distance, and her eyes flashed with coldness. This was good. With the 5 regions united, she could use the power of the original body to wake up the Marquis Jiming and obtain the Book of Life and the other heavenly tomes. 500 miles south of Yangue City, the northern Meng army stopped. In front of the terrifying tremors, the warhorses kept neighing and were difficult to control. In front of 90,000 cavalrymen, Mingyu, dressed in martial attire, dismounted. Looking at the divine prefecture brought by the four corners divine pagoda, her eyes were full of coldness. The foreign domain's movements were getting bigger and bigger. She also had to speed up. The situation of Great Xia was irreversible. Instead of chaos, it was better to take down Great Xia before it happened and end this war. The tremors continued for an hour. When it finally stopped, the world returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. Just when everyone thought that it was over, an earth-shattering rumble shook the sky. The entire eastern domain shook, and at the end of the world, a huge piece of land crashed into the spatial barrier that separated the 5 regions. In the next moment, the most terrifying scene occurred. Space collapsed, and an endless amount of seawater poured in from the foreign domain, causing the entire eastern region to float. The 5 regions that had been separated for over 30,000 years were finally united. The southern tomb, the western earth, the central plains, and the northern plains all sensed it at the same time. Their experts all looked toward the east in shock. In the central plains, in the depths of the Zhao family's territory, the Zhao family's experts opened their eyes and looked toward the east. There's still a bow left in the eastern region. We need to send people to retrieve it, said one of the Zhao family's grand elders. Let Dongyang go. It's a good chance for him to temper himself, said another grand elder. In the northern plains, where snow filled the sky, there was a palace built on top of ice and snow. A cold voice rang out, echoing for hundreds of miles. Pass down my order. From today onwards, all disciples who are training outside must return within 10 days. There must be no delays. Yes. In the southern tomb, many mysterious ancient inheritances also took action. They sent out orders to prepare for the return of the eastern region. In the divine prefecture, the great earthquake stopped. People who had not realized what kind of earth-shattering event had happened breathed a sigh of relief. Only a few people who knew the inside story had a serious look on their faces. They understood that the real trouble had just begun. With the 5 regions united, the divine prefecture was undoubtedly the weakest region. No one knew what the future would be like. Speed up the march, ordered Ming Yu coldly in the northern plains of Great Xia. The 4 generals obeyed. After the order was given, the entire army immediately moved out and sped up. The successive changes came and went quickly. Very few people knew what had happened, and most people were still in the dark. However, at this moment, the divine prefecture needed to unite as soon as possible to face the unpredictable troubles in the future more than ever. Chapter 402. The flames of war were everywhere in the divine continent. More and more cities rebelled. The barbarian dynasty and northern Meng sent out their troops from the north and south at the same time. The era of Grand Xia had come to an end. A divine tribulation had destroyed Evernight, and Grand Xia had withered away. The situation of 2 great powers standing on equal footing was now a thing of the past. The divine prefecture was now in a state of fragmentation. War raged everywhere, and the people had no way to make a living. Ming Yu led 150,000 soldiers down south. The 90,000 cavalry were invincible, trampling over all obstacles. Neither the rebels nor the defenders could stop them. Ming Yu was good at fighting but not fond of fighting. As the emperor of the northern Meng dynasty who had been taught by Fan Lingyue and Ning Chen, his understanding of war was not something ordinary people could reach. With the help of the 4 generals, the speed at which he went down south was shockingly fast. The northern Meng dynasty was different from the Great Xia in the central plains. The grasslands in the north were vast and sparsely populated. They were a nomadic fighting race. The destruction they suffered from this divine tribulation did not affect their foundation. Today, there was no dynasty in the world that could stop the powerful cavalry of the northern Meng dynasty. The barbarian dynasty also knew this fact, so they were doing their best to expand and plunder war resources to strengthen themselves. The teacher's prophecy was about to come true. The destruction of the Great Xia was close at hand. Without the appearance of the nobles, the soldiers of the Great Xia were at a disadvantage in both numbers and morale. Although Marquis Anling had the title of Martial Marquis, everyone knew that the true Martial Marquis of the Great Xia had all died in battle during the tribulation of the Underworld King. The martial Marquis of the Great Xia that had shocked the world for 1,000 years no longer existed. It's hard to believe that such a declining dynasty could hold on for 1,000 years. In the war-torn Great Xia, merchants dressed differently from the people of the divine continent appeared one after another. The young man in the lead was wearing luxurious clothes. His eyes were a rare dark green. One could tell at a glance that he was a rich young master from a foreign country. "Young master, what you see may not be the truth," a stooped old man beside the young man warned softly. "Ah, Uncle Ling is right. However, we're only here to do business. Earning enough money is the most important thing. Everything else is not important to us," Xian Liangchen laughed and said carelessly. "Only by earning money can you redeem Miss Susu of the White Knight building. Isn't that right, young master?" Beside him, a young man dressed like a servant joked. "Ah Chi, you're so young, but you're already so bad. I like Miss Chichi. I don't know Miss Susu you're talking about." Xian Liangchen deliberately pulled a long face and said softly. The young man named Ah Chi wasn't afraid. He grinned and didn't believe a single punctuation mark of his young master's words. "Speaking of the eastern region, it's a bit messy, but there are really a lot of rare things, especially this thing called soap. It's simply shining silver." Xian Liangchen's serious expression did not last for more than 3 seconds. When it came to silver, his face was full of smiles, and he was so happy that no one knew where to go. "I heard that it was invented by a Marquis of Great Xia." Ah Chi also said with a grin. "Marquis Jiming," the old man said calmly. "Yes, the Marquis of Jiming." Uncle Ling, how do you remember him so clearly?" A look of surprise flashed across Ah Chi's face. Didn't Uncle Ling never care about these things? Young Master Xian was also curious about this. He turned his face and waited for the answer. However, the old man fell silent and didn't say anything more. The curiosity of the two was stuck in their throats. It was itchy, but they couldn't catch it. The two young men raised their middle fingers at the same time in their hearts, but neither of them dared to show it. They still had idiotic smiles on their faces. Their smiles were so annoying. At the same time, in the southwest territory of the Divine Land, Niu Chang had been looking for Feng Yuan for more than a month. She had almost turned the whole southwest territory upside down, but she still hadn't found it. "Has the host been found?" Niu Chang frowned. Now this was the only explanation. Otherwise, she should have been able to find Feng Yuan's aura. Troublesome. She thought for a moment, then took a step forward and rose into the air. Her body rose to the extreme, and a terrifying aura that was close to the Xiantian full circle spread out. The powerful pressure made all living creatures within 100 miles tremble. Soul of the dead. With a cold shout, a terrifying move came crashing down. In an instant, all the creatures within 100 miles exploded. Blood rained down and dyed the sky red. Without Feng Yuan, tens of thousands of creatures were buried with it. Niu Chang's spiritual sense swept over and didn't find anything unusual. She immediately left and went to other places to search. On this day, rivers of blood flowed in the southwest territory of the Divine Land. Apart from humans, almost all the creatures were wiped out. Everywhere one looked was a dazzling red. Phoenixes were noble and prideful, and hated humans. Therefore, the last host it would choose was a human. Niu Chang didn't know how Jiming was recognized by Feng Yuan, but this kind of exception wouldn't appear again. Found it. Just as the moon was high in the sky, a trace of golden light appeared in the rain of blood. Niu Chang narrowed her eyes and rushed forward. She waved her hand and suppressed Feng Yuan. "Jiming, you're not fated to die." Feeling the remnant soul in Feng Yuan, Niu Chang's heart relaxed. She took a step and flew east. With this remnant soul and the power of the soul-suppressing orb, she might be able to save him. In order to save this person, she had paid a huge price. She couldn't fail. At the old site of the academy, Niu Chang appeared. She waved her hand to disperse the restriction outside the wooden house and walked in. Under the soul-suppressing orb, Ji Ming was sleeping peacefully. In order to resist the Nether King, he sacrificed his lifespan. His white hair was dazzling. He had been running around for his entire life, and this was the only time he could stop and rest. Niu Chang walked forward and condensed her essence into Ji Ming's body. When the Feng Yuan entered the body, a rejection appeared. It wasn't that Feng Yuan didn't want to recognize its master, but the rejection from the body made it difficult to merge with the Feng Yuan. In the past, with the power of the Life Scroll, he could forcefully suppress the rejection. However, in the Battle of Chizhou Mountain, in order to deal with the threat of the Nether King's dual Qi Seas, Ning Chen used a forbidden move. Niu Chang frowned again. Trouble came one after another. She didn't know how the knowing destiny Marquis had endured this pain in the past. Vital essence entered, and a majestic aura suppressed the rejection from the Feng Yuan and the knowing destiny physique. At the same time, in the homeland of Western Buddha, Changling, a terrifying aura walked out. In the next moment, it headed east. Niu Chang appeared. In the homeland of Western Buddha, many perfected cultivators felt it and showed strange expressions. In the eastern divine lands, an ancient sage-level cultivator came in person. The terrifying pressure shocked the world and made people think that the Nether King had come again. The figure of light whose face couldn't be seen clearly stood at the top of the human race. Accompanied by apparitions, her peerless beauty made it hard for people to look away. The most mysterious Changling Niu Chang of the West Earth rarely appeared. Today, in order to replenish knowing destiny's remnant soul, she appeared. When Niu Chang attacked, the divine lands shook. Streams of light gathered in the academy from all directions. The soul-suppressing orb was extremely bright and forcefully gathered the remnant soul of knowing destiny. Crack. A moment later, a crack appeared on the soul-suppressing orb. The act of replenishing the soul against the heavens was not tolerated by the world. The treasure of Changling couldn't bear such a huge burden and gradually showed signs of collapse. In a bet, Niu Chang saved knowing destiny's life at all costs. No one knew the result, but in order to take the next step after perfection, the price had to be paid. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared on the soul-suppressing orb. Finally, with a bang, the treasure collapsed and disappeared. The number of remnant souls gathered was unknown. Niu Chang looked at knowing destiny who was still unconscious on the bed. Light flashed in her eyes. She had tried her best. Whether he could wake up or not depended on his luck. In the next moment, the terrifying pressure that descended on the divine lands left and returned to the homeland of Western Buddha. Niu Chang appeared in the Marquis manor. After sending knowing destiny back, she disappeared again. At dawn, Ruoshi came to Ning Chen's room to clean as usual. When she saw the sleeping figure on the bed, her delicate body trembled violently and the wooden basin in her hand fell with a clang. Marquis. Ruoshi ignored her soaked clothes and quickly stepped forward to check on Ning Chen's condition. In the room next door, Ning Shi heard the movement from next door and immediately rushed over. The scene in front of her was unbelievable. Ning Chen's breath was stable and long. Although he hadn't woken up yet, his life was obviously not in danger. Outside the Marquis manor, Niu Chang quietly looked at the manor. Perhaps, this person will wake up faster here. In the homeland of Western Buddha, a man, who had been unconscious for a long time, woke up earlier than Ning Chen. Sitting on the bed, she looked at the black medicine brought by the little monk in front of her and was unwilling to drink it. Senior, I'm already well. Can I not drink it? A man turned her small head and looked at the man in blue not far away. No. Prince Yen directly denied without thinking. Oh. A man's small face was bitter. She reluctantly responded and took the medicine in front of her. Gathering her courage, she closed her eyes and drank it all in one breath. Bitter. Ah Man put down the medicine bowl and looked at Prince Yen again. Prince Yen helplessly stepped forward and handed over a pear. In this world, only this little girl dared to order him around. Thank you, Senior. Ah Man took the pear and smiled sweetly. Her bright and beautiful face made the little monk on the side look dazed. After he recovered, he hurriedly chanted Amitabha. Buddha, please don't blame me. Little benefactor Ah Man, how is your recovery? At this time, the golden light gathered and the light sage appeared. Holding the holy staff, he calmed the smoke. Stepping on the Buddhist light, he looked too young no matter when you looked at him. I'm already well. Ah Man replied. Looking at the young light sage and the bald little monk in front of her, her eyes flashed with a touch of doubt. Why can a monk not have a head? The little girl's thoughts were so obvious that it was difficult to not guess. The light sage smiled gently. If the hearts of the people in the world were as clean as the little girl in front of him, perhaps that Hell King would not come again. Chapter 403 Grand Xia Imperial City, Jiming Manor. Early in the morning, Ruoshi helped the unconscious Ning Chen into a wheelchair and pushed him out of the room. The warm rays of the morning sun shone down on people's bodies. It was warm, dispelling the cold of the night. The sky was clear, and the responsibility of the knowing destiny state was over. The Eternal Night sect was destroyed, and Lord Yama was sent back. The knowing destiny state, who had been busy all his life, could finally rest. The flames of war broke the Xia dynasty apart. It was time for a change of dynasty, but the Weiyang Palace and the knowing destiny state were more peaceful than ever. People were tired and didn't want to fight anymore. The cavalry of the northern Meng royal court, the vanguard of the barbarian dynasty, and the rebel army of the Xia dynasty were advancing at an amazing speed. They didn't encounter much resistance and were very close to the Xia dynasty's imperial city. After a series of disasters, the people of the world hated war and prayed for peace more than ever. Maybe peace would come after the Xia dynasty was defeated. Would it be like this? No one knew. According to the headmaster's deduction, the great Xia dynasty should have perished long ago. Perhaps it was during Fan Lingyue's southern expedition, or during the Eternal Night sect's eastern expedition, or when Yama descended. It was already an incredible miracle that this thousand-year-old dynasty could survive until today. It was impossible for any empire to last forever. Great Xia had flourished for 1,000 years, and it was the result of the efforts of generations of wise rulers and generations of marquises. Now that the wise ruler was gone, the era of Great Xia had come to an end. At the same time, a figure from a foreign land stepped into the eastern region. He was wearing blue clothes and had an extraordinary appearance. He approached the knowing destiny state step by step. The genius of the Zhao clan, the son of Dongsheng, was a peerless genius whose talent was not inferior to Luo Xingqian's. He was one of the most promising candidates for the divine bow of the Great Sun. He came into the world today just to find a bow left behind by the Zhao clan in the eastern region 30,000 years ago. A dynasty without fate. Ridiculous. In the royal capital of Grand Xia, 1,000 miles away, another young man walked over. His countenance was filled with arrogance and disdain. However, the aura he exuded was so powerful that it pierced the bones. Even before he got close, he could already feel the heavy pressure. The genius of the Shao clan, Yang Shao, was one of the peerless geniuses on par with Dong Yang of the Zhao clan. No one knew why he appeared in the eastern region. Ding! The sound of the zither was heard, and the rain of flowers fell. In a flying sedan with a gauze curtain, a fairy was playing the zither. A beautiful girl from an unknown place also appeared in the divine land. She headed east and disappeared in the blink of an eye. One after another, extraordinary geniuses stepped onto the road of the divine lands at the same time. Surprisingly, they all had the same goal. Great Xia Imperial City, Manor of Jiming Marquis. The royal city of Grand Xia was the center of the storm. The rebel army of the 9 cities, the northern Meng Iron Cavalry, and the army of the barbarian dynasty had all arrived at the foot of the royal city. Each of them harbored different thoughts as they coldly stared at the royal city in front of them. With a single command, they would be able to end this powerful empire that had flourished for thousands of years. Within the imperial city, camp after camp of guards stood guard at the various city gates. Anling Marquis' eyes were filled with despair. Great Xia was finished. In front of the city, Mingyu got off her horse. Her delicate body seemed so extraordinary at this moment. She walked to the foot of the city and looked at the city in front of her. A hint of sadness flashed across her exquisite face. "Purple Crystal, accompany me into the city," Mingyu said softly. "Yes." Purple Crystal nodded. She waved her hand and brought along the emperor beside her. Then, she turned into a stream of light and entered the city. At the same time, Crown Prince Barbarian and Ascientian Venerate also entered the royal city. State affairs were state affairs, and personal relationships were personal relationships. Before the final attack, they had to go see someone first. In front of the Jiming Marquis mansion, the gate opened wide. Ruoshi pushed Ning Chen out. She looked at the barbarian dynasty and the northern Meng dynasty's leaders. There wasn't the slightest fear on her beautiful face. Mingyu walked forward. Her eyes glimmered with tears as she softly said, "Bad people, do you blame me?" The Grand Xia's destiny had run out. The strength of the rebel cities wasn't much different. They would definitely fight for the throne again. When that time came, the world would be in chaos. If they wanted to quell this war as soon as possible, the northern Meng dynasty's best choice was to send troops. To the side, Crown Prince Barbarian looked at the white-clothed figure sleeping in the wheelchair and sighed. Although he was dissatisfied with this kid because of Wild's matter, he couldn't deny that the Grand Xia's Jiming Marquis was the most worthy person in the world. Crown Prince Barbarian turned and left. Before leaving, he glanced at Mingyu and coldly said, "Emperor of the Northern Meng dynasty, it will soon be clear who this world belongs to. I'll accompany you to the end." Mingyu wiped away her tears. Her expression also became cold. The two left and returned to their respective armies. The siege had officially begun. The 3 sides had tacitly decided to first take down the Grand Xia and then have a showdown. Within the royal city, 100,000 imperial guards were desperately resisting. Thousands of miles away, reinforcements from Qinghe City, Tianfu City, Huaqing City, and the other cities of the Grand Xia were desperately rushing to the royal city. However, distant water couldn't quench the immediate thirst. The reinforcements from the various cities had arrived too late. In one day and one night, the Grand Xia's imperial guards had suffered heavy casualties. The 3 sides had also suffered heavy casualties. The Grand Xia's royal city, which had stood for 1,000 years, was about to be breached. How lively! Just as the Grand Xia's royal city was about to be breached, a grey-robed youth appeared in the sky. He ignored the rain of arrows and walked into the royal city. Within the Weiyang Palace, Qing Ning sensed this sudden powerful aura and her expression changed. She rushed over to the Marquis Manor. Qing Ning hurried over to the backyard of the Marquis Manor. Seeing the grey-robed youth appear in the sky, her expression was incomparably grave. "Ruoshi, Ningshi, quickly take him away," said Qing Ning. "Where can you go?" Space shook and blue light gathered. Another powerful aura descended. The Zhao family's Dongyang appeared in the sky above the Marquis Manor. "So the 2 of you are here." The sound of a zither was faint, and a rain of flowers drifted down. A flying carriage with gauze curtains appeared in the sky. The woman within spoke, her voice like a clear spring. "Wu Qingman. Heh, who would have thought that the heavenly music pavilion, which has always thought highly of itself, would also take advantage of the situation." Yang Xiao, the prodigy of the owl race who had arrived first, sneered coldly. Brother Yang, you're exaggerating. I'm just following my master's orders to invite this Marquis back to the heavenly music valley as a guest, said Wuxia Man with a faint smile. Hearing the former's explanation, Yang Xiao coldly snorted. If he believed this nonsense, he would be a fool. Not far away, Zhao Dongyang wasn't in the mood to pay attention to their nonsense. He landed and looked at the people in the Marquis manner. He calmly asked, "Where's the broken death bow?" "Hey, Brother Zhao, there should be a first come, first served rule. Why don't you ask after I finish asking?" As he spoke, Yang Zhao's figure flashed and landed below. He glanced at the people in front of him and smiled. "Hand over the heavenly book, and I'll try not to kill all of you." "In your dreams," said Qin Ning coldly. "I like uncooperative people." Yang Xiao sneered and took a step forward. He instantly closed in and clawed with 3 fingers. Qin Ning brandished her spear and retreated several steps with a bang. A trace of red flowed down the corner of her mouth. A 5th tribulation eminence against a 3 calamity eminence wasn't on the same level. There was no suspense in this battle from the beginning. "Brother Yang, bullying a woman doesn't seem like the conduct of a gentleman," said Wuxia Man with a chuckle. "Oh, is that so?" Yang Xiao turned his head and narrowed his eyes. With a wave of his hand, flying feathers transformed into streams of light that shot into the sky. The poisoned hidden weapons streaked across the sky with blinding light. The curtain flashed, dodging the flying feathers. Wuxia Man suppressed the coldness in her eyes and said softly, "Brother Yang, I offended you with my words just now. Please don't take offense." Yang Xiao ignored her and turned to look at the woman in front of him. "How about it? Have you thought it through? Are you handing it over or not? If you want the heavenly book, I'll burn it for you after you die." Behind Qin Ning, Ning Shi, who had been holding back for a long time, finally couldn't hold back her anger. Lan Jun, who had come from a dangerous building, was never someone who would swallow his anger. The gentle and kind face he showed in front of his elder brother and eldest grandson completely vanished at this moment. Ding! The sound of the zither fell from the sky. Ning Shi, who had just spoken, staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood that dyed her clothes red. "Women still need to know what propriety, justice, integrity, and shame are," said Wuxia Man coldly from behind the curtain. "Two brothers, if you want the heavenly book and broken death bow, why go through so much trouble? Just let them get it themselves." Before her words fell, the sound of the zither changed again. It was a devilish sound that disturbed people's minds. Ruo Shi, who didn't have a martial arts cultivation, immediately lost her consciousness. Qin Ning's expression changed. She reluctantly endured the dizziness in her head and rushed towards the curtain in the sky. "Did I let you pass?" Yang Xiao snorted. His feet moved and blocked her path. He turned his palm into a fist and blasted it out. The fist and spear collided. Qin Ning's clothes were dyed red and she was forced back several steps. Behind the wheelchair, Ruo Shi, who was affected by the zither, lost her mind. She let go of the wheelchair and stepped towards the study. "Ruo Shi." Ning Shi was startled and wanted to stop her. However, she was suppressed by the zither and couldn't move half a step. "Ruo Shi, where are you going?" Just as Ruo Shi passed by the wheelchair, a warm hand stretched out and grabbed the former's arm. In the next moment, the figure lying in the wheelchair slowly stood up. The wheelchair under her body collapsed into pieces and scattered all over the sky. Then, a beautiful green sword flew out and turned into a bright streamer as it swept straight out. Ji Ming Marquis. Yang Zhao's pupils shrank. He tried to catch the sword with his palm, but he felt a strong and unshakable sword intent closing in. He was forced back a dozen steps. "Wrong, it's Ji Ming Marquis." Qin Ning disappeared and instantly appeared in front of the sword. She reached out and grabbed the sword. In an instant, the sword broke through the restriction of the two palms and penetrated the former's chest. The sudden change made everyone present unable to react. Yang Zhao's mouth was overflowing with blood. He reached out and grabbed the sword in front of his chest. He turned his palm and forced a counterattack. Ning Chen's mouth slightly raised. The sword's momentum changed and directly sent the former flying. Ugh! Yang Xiao landed on the ground and barely managed to stabilize his body. He vomited another mouthful of blood. "Miss, my family's womenfolk have not received you well and have neglected you. However, I will discipline them for their mistakes. Can you stop playing the zither?" Ning Chen raised his head and looked at the woman on the palanquin in the sky. Inside the gauze curtain, Wu Qingman reached out and pressed the strings of the zither. Drops of blood silently dripped from the corner of her mouth. On the zither cast in black gold, a clear sword mark appeared unknowingly. It penetrated the body of the zither and was unusually dazzling. Chapter 404. Knowing destiny had awakened, and the power of the sword shocked everyone present. His robes fluttered in the wind. He had finally awakened at the most critical moment. After the divine tribulation, most of the remaining cultivators of the divine prefecture had been in seclusion, which gave the outsiders a chance to invade. However, even a tiger who had fallen from grace could not be bullied by a dog. The murderous intent on the knowing destiny sword was so cold that it sent chills down people's spines. The divine weapon that had once been stained with the blood of the gods had appeared again. Although the original aura had not been released, it had already frightened the three present. "Jiming Marquis, do you really think you can stop the three of us by yourself?" Wu Qingman's expression turned cold as she spoke. "Is it very difficult?" Ning Chen raised his head and looked at her with a half-smile. It seemed like he was looking down on her and ignoring her. Wu Qingman's heart skipped a beat, and her face was extremely ugly. She had seen many arrogant people, but it was the first time she saw someone who dared to be so arrogant in the face of three cultivators. Zhao Dongyang narrowed his eyes. The knowing destiny Marquis of the Great Xia deserved his reputation. With a wave of his hand, the sun drew the bow. Rays of light from the arrows flew out directly toward the people in front of him. The blazing fire surged in the light of the arrows. Every inch forward, the arrows became stronger. Sword form, Nirvana. Ning Chen waved his sword, and rays of light appeared and turned into a sword flow. The majestic sword will came out easily. The power of the Nirvana sword was earth-shattering. It instantly destroyed the arrows in the way and continued to fly forward. The sword will was unparalleled. Zhao Dongyang and Yang Xiao were enveloped by it at the same time. They had no choice but to work together to block the Nirvana sword. The two of them blocked the sword, but after a loud bang, they both took 3 steps back. Blood dripped from the corners of their mouths. After being defeated in one move, the two geniuses of the younger generation found it hard to accept. Enduring their injuries, they forcefully circulated their quintessence and gathered the wind and clouds in all directions. Immediately, the wind howled and the city walls were set ablaze. A powerful move was unleashed. The wind helped the fire. The two moves flowed together and attacked the knowing destiny sword. The powerful power could burn the sky and boil the sea. Ning Chen stood still like a mountain. The origin spread out from his sword. Endless cold chi spread out at an extremely fast speed. He blocked out the incoming attacks with his sword. The sharp sword intent shot out through the fiery light, blowing away the two warriors in front of him again. Blood dripped from their bodies. Before the knowing destiny sword, the owl could not spread its wings, and the sun could not rise from the east. In the sky, Wu Qingman saw that the situation was unfavorable. She plucked the zither strings with both hands. Wave after wave of zither waves spread out. Immediately, the earth rumbled and trembled. Yellow soil flew up and leaves fell like rain. The sound of the zither came from all directions, trapping the knowing destiny state cultivators. However, at this moment, Sui flashed and disappeared. In this world, there might be someone who could seal the knowing destiny state cultivator's spiritual awareness, but it was definitely not Wuxia Man. The white-clothed figure hovered in the air. The cold sword in his hand was placed beside the woman's neck. Threads of vermilion dyed the sword edge red. If it had been half an inch more, she would have died. Wu Qingman's body trembled. Her eyes flashed with disbelief. She couldn't understand why the difference in strength between them was so great. Knowing destiny Marquis, spare her life. Consider it as giving me face. At this moment, Niu Chang arrived and appeared on the battlefield. Ning Chen glanced at Niu Chang and moved his sword away. He didn't want to kill her again. Although his consciousness wasn't complete when he was unconscious, he could still sense the aura of the person who saved him. The arrival of Niu Chang shocked everyone again. The terrifying pressure from the woman in front of them wasn't something an ordinary 3-disaster stage cultivator could possess. Let's go. Zhao Dongyang and Yang Xiao knew it was impossible to gain anything today. Their feet moved and they quickly retreated. Wu Qingman coldly snorted. With a wave of her delicate hand, the carriage flew out and also quickly went away. After the three left, Ning Chen nodded to Niu Chang. "Miss, please wait a moment. I still have some small matters to deal with." As soon as his voice fell, Ning Chen calmly looked at Ruo Shi, who was gradually waking up from her daze. "Ruo Shi, change clothes." "N." Ruo Shi covered the tears in her eyes and nodded. She immediately walked into a side room and took out a wooden box that hadn't been touched for a long time. After opening it, a blue Marquis robe was lying inside. It symbolized the glory of the Marquis for 1,000 years. Today, it finally reappeared in the world. After taking out the robe, Ruo Shi helped the Marquis change out of his plain robe and into a blue robe. Her purple hair was tied behind her back. It was simple and plain. After changing clothes, knowing destiny didn't delay any longer and stepped away. Outside the Imperial City, the three sides were still attacking. The Imperial City was in imminent danger and had reached the final juncture. The flames of war had burned away the crowns of the Grand Xia soldiers. Facing the attacks of three sides, it was difficult for them to hold on. Despair appeared on the faces of the soldiers. If the Grand Xia fell, how would they face the Marquis who sacrificed their lives for the Grand Xia in the underworld? With a rumble, the giant tree once again hit the city gate. The sound of breaking rang out, announcing the end of the Grand Xia. The faces of the 9 city lords were filled with joy. The day they had waited for had finally arrived. At this moment, Sword Intent descended from the sky and directly cut open the land between the Imperial City and the three sides. One sword forbade martial arts, and the world stopped war. The next moment, a blue figure appeared in the sky. The most familiar face made everyone's heart tremble. "Welcome, Marquis." The guards of the Grand Xia were the first to react. Their faces were filled with joy as they knelt down to welcome the arrival of the Marquis. The appearance of knowing destiny shocked everyone. The blue Marquis robe fluttered in the wind, affecting the hearts of everyone below. "Mingyu, Crown Prince, please withdraw your troops." The understated words didn't carry a trace of threat, but the calmness made people dare not refute. Knowing destiny, the long-disappeared Marquis of the Grand Xia had returned today. A trace of joy appeared in Mingyu's eyes, but she immediately concealed it without leaving a trace. She raised her hand and stopped the northern Meng soldiers from continuing to attack the city. Crown Prince Barbarian narrowed his eyes and waved his halberd, blocking the soldiers behind him who were about to charge out. He hadn't thought that he would wake up at this time. On the other side, the 9 city lords saw the figure floating in the sky. Their faces were incomparably gloomy. Hadn't the Marquis all died in battle? Why was the knowing destiny Marquis still alive? Knowing destiny Marquis. The expressions of the soldiers behind the 9 city lords changed. They couldn't help but tremble in fear. Under the heavens, the person they were most afraid of meeting was undoubtedly the Marquis in the sky. In the Grand Xia, from the nobles to the commoners, they all respected the Marquis more than they feared him. However, there was only one exception, and that was the knowing destiny Marquis. Towards this Marquis who had single-handedly slaughtered an entire city of rebels, fear had already been deeply imprinted in the hearts of every citizen of the Grand Xia. It was difficult to get rid of it. Amongst the rebel army of the 9 cities, there were many young people from Great Wisdom City. When they saw the knowing destiny Marquis appear, their legs unconsciously trembled and they knelt down. One person knelt down, then everyone knelt down. Under fear, large groups of rebel army knelt down and lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at the figure in the sky. It was an unpredictable situation. Amongst the 9 city lords, one of the city lords finally wavered. His body trembled as he got off his horse and knelt down as well. "Wang Qiu, you piece of trash. He's only one person. What's there to be afraid of?" Beside him, a middle-aged man with a bloody scar on his face scolded angrily. The kneeling city lord didn't reply. He only lowered his head deeply. In front of his life, nothing else was important. However, anyone who had personally witnessed the hellish state of Great Wisdom City would definitely not doubt that if they continued to resist, the knowing destiny Marquis wouldn't be ruthless enough to kill them all. Ning Chen turned around and looked at the rebel army of the 9 cities in front of the west gate. He said indifferently, "Retreat or all of you stay here. Attack the city." The middle-aged man coldly snorted. He ignored him and gave the order to continue attacking the city. Under his orders, the soldiers once again carried siege weapons and ran out, continuing to attack the city. Stupid. Mingyu and Crown Prince Man looked at the commotion at the west gate. A cold smile flashed through their eyes. Those who were blinded by power could no longer see the situation in front of them clearly. The moment the order was given, the azure-robed figure in the sky also moved. He waved the weapon in his hand. Immediately, an extremely terrifying sword light shot out. 100 zhang wide gust of wind followed like a shadow, shaking the heavens and the earth. Whoosh! Wherever the sword passed, thousands of heads flew up. Blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. On the war horse, the middle-aged man's body was directly split in two. He fell off the horse with a bang. Such a terrifying scene scared out of the soldiers behind him. "Marquis, please spare us." There was no more luck. One by one, figures filled with fear knelt down. They lowered their heads and trembled incessantly. It was an unimaginable reversal. The situation of the 3 sides surrounding the city collapsed in an instant because of the appearance of one person. The ground was filled with corpses that were separated from their bodies. The ruthlessness of the knowing destiny Marquis once again shocked the world. "Kong Yu, bring the city lords and generals into the city for tea. Don't neglect them." Ning Chen glanced at Kong Yu on the west gate tower and said calmly. "Yes." Kong Yu knelt down and respectfully accepted the order. "The show is over. You can all disperse." Ning Chen looked at Ming Yu and Crown Prince Man and said, "Retreat." The two of them waved their hands and ordered the troops to retreat. Now that the knowing destiny Marquis had awakened, the Great Xia would not be destroyed. Even if they forcefully attacked the city, they would only end up like the rebels of the 9 cities. "Ming Yu, you did well." Ning Chen transmitted his voice. There was no blame in his words. The chaos of the Great Xia was the source of the flames of war. Ming Yu was not wrong to send troops at this time. To be able to fight all the way here before the rebels of the 9 cities took down the imperial city meant that his and Fan Lingyue's teachings were not in vain. Hearing the former's voice, Ming Yu's anxious heart finally relaxed. She turned around and smiled brightly like a blooming flower. Crown Prince Man led the army and left without looking back. In this war, they had obtained all the resources they should have obtained. It was enough to raise the barbarian dynasty's national strength to another level. With a tacit understanding, Ning Chen did not pursue this matter. Now that the great Xia was weak, it was impossible for them to be as unyielding as before. After doing what he had to do, Ning Chen did not stay any longer. He waved his hand and put away his sword. He took a step forward and left the horizon. With the departure of the knowing destiny Marquis, the heavy pressure disappeared. However, the fear that suppressed the deepest part of everyone's hearts was like the headless corpses on the ground, unable to dissipate. Chapter 405. In the manor, Ning Chen returned. After washing his hands and changing into his regular clothes, he immediately came to the study where Ruo Chang was waiting. After serving the house's best tea, Ruo Shi retreated and didn't disturb the two's conversation. "May I ask how I should address you?" Ning Chen asked with a smile on his face. "Chang Yu." Nu Chang looked at the person in front of her and said calmly. She was present at the scene of the battle to send the Nether King back. She knew very well how cold this seemingly amiable young man was. At that time, the million rays of blood light were real living souls. Ruthless to others and even more ruthless to himself. Unfathomable, this was her evaluation of the young man in front of her. However, Ruo Chang also knows that although Ji Ming is fickle, he cherishes the people around him very much. Even more important than his own life. Good name. Ning Chen smiled gently and immediately continued, "In order to save this one, I've made Miss Chang Yu spend a lot of money." He was clearer than anyone about his situation at that time. His soul had dispersed, his cultivation was crippled, and his vitality had dried up. Practically half of his body had been buried in the earth. It was obvious what sort of enormous price Chang Yu had paid to save him. Expensive? Heh, it's quite a lot. 1 soul-suppressing pearl, 3 heaven reversal pills, and my realm's female supreme personally came to help you gather your soul and extend your life with the heaven reversal technique. As for the other heavenly materials and earthly treasures, I won't count them one by one. The woman picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said indifferently. Hearing the woman in front of him, Ning Chen's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. This favor seems to be a bit too big. "Miss, are we friends?" Ning Chen put down the tea in his hand and seriously asked. "Not really." Chang Yu denied it directly with a strange smile on her face. She said, "Jiming Marquis, don't think that I don't know anything about you these days. It's really not easy to be your friend. Chang Yu doesn't have this good fortune. There are a lot of people who died because of this kid. To be his friend, not only do you need to be careful, but you also need to be very lucky." Ning Chen smiled helplessly. "It turns out that his reputation has become so bad. The reason I saved you is to get the heavenly book. It's a fair trade." Ruo Chang Yu didn't beat around the bush and directly said. "Which scroll?" Ning Chen also became serious and asked. The Bright Chaos Scroll had already been destroyed in the final battle with the Underworld King. Other than Wan Feng Chen and the others, no one knew that he had the Void Scroll. Thus, the heavenly tomes that Chang Yu wanted should be in the Heaven, Earth, and Life Scrolls. "The Heaven Scroll and the Life Scroll," Nu Chang calmly said. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. Soon after, he sighed deeply in his heart. The thing that he was most worried about had happened. "Miss Chang Yu, I can silently give you the Heaven Scroll, but not the Life Scroll. This scroll was given to me by someone else. Back then, I might have promised that I wouldn't let anyone else read it. Miss, can you change your condition?" Ning Chen earnestly asked. "No, we can't do it without either of them," said the woman indifferently as she drank her tea. Ning Chen frowned. He thought for a moment, then raised his head and asked, "May I ask why you want the Life Scroll?" There were tens of thousands of cultivation techniques in the world, each with their own strengths and weaknesses. The heavenly tomes were not suitable for everyone. Chang Yu had paid such a huge price to save him. If it was just for one more cultivation technique, it was not worth it. There's no harm in telling you. I need to borrow the Life Scroll's special attribute to fuse with any cultivation technique to break through to the Great Circle realm. Nu Chang honestly replied. As for the second half of her sentence, she suppressed it in her heart. Once both of them reached the Great Circle realm, she could attempt to step into the next realm, a realm that no one had ever stepped into before. Ning Chen was silent. After a long time, he said, Miss Chang Yu, since what you need is the Life Scroll's true essence and not a cultivation technique, then before you reach the Great Circle realm, you'll have to take the Life Scroll's cultivation technique from me. For the sake of a promise, you'll have to sacrifice your future freedom. Is it worth it? Nu Chang's eyes flashed. She didn't care who cultivated the Life Scroll. Even if she cultivated it, she would have to start from the beginning just like him. The difference in speed wouldn't be too great. Moreover, this person had already cultivated it once. If he cultivated it again, it might be even faster. It's not a question of whether it's worth it or not. Since I've promised, I should do it. This is a matter of course, replied Ning Chen. Nu Chang didn't try to persuade him any further. She indifferently said, then you should prepare. We'll leave tomorrow for the homeland of Western Buddha. Ning Chen silently nodded. Nu Chang Yu didn't say anything. She put down her teacup and walked out of the study. When she was about to leave, she paused and earnestly said, the dual transformation technique isn't omnipotent. You have too much karma on you. Each tribulation in the future will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. After all, your avatar isn't as good as your main body. If it's destroyed by heavenly tribulation, I won't be able to save you. At that time, I won't hesitate to use a soul-searching technique to extract the Life Scroll's cultivation technique before your consciousness fades. Nu Chang Yu walked out of the study and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ning Chen gently sighed and walked over to the bookshelf. He pushed open the door and walked in. Within the coffin made of ice and snow, the ghost woman was still unconscious. Her beautiful face was calm and serene, as if she were sleeping. The ghost origin had returned, and the three souls were complete. But for some unknown reason, the woman in the coffin was still unable to wake up. Ning Chen's eyes were filled with pain. When would he ever be able to repay the debt he owed her in this life? Inside the stone room, Su Yi stood quietly for the whole night. When dawn came the next day, Ji Ming walked out without saying goodbye to anyone and left with Nu Chang Yu. In the study, Ji Ming stayed behind and transformed into an avatar. As usual, he sat there quietly and thought about things. There was no difference from before. Marquis, it's time to go to the palace and pay respects to the lady. Ruoshi knocked on the door of the study and immediately pushed it open. Ning Chen got up. Time stopped at this moment, turning into a microcosm of the future. Day after day, 7 years, nothing changed. Time flew by like a shuttle. 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. Qi succeeded the throne, Zhangsun returned to the throne, Kongyu became a marquis. Everything in the Grand Xia moved forward step by step. Although it wasn't as prosperous as before, due to the existence of Ji Ming, there were no more rebellions. Ning Shi left the manor and with the etiquette of a princess, she was betrothed to the son of Taiping Marquis who was beaten by Ning Chen. After the upheaval in his family, the former playboy matured a lot. He took the initiative to go to the border and inherit his father's will to protect the Grand Xia. In the end, Ruoshi chose to stay in the manor. 7 years were like a day, grinding ink, adding incense, serving tea and water. She never asked for anything and didn't want to change anything. In the past, Zhangsun didn't mention the 3-year agreement he made with Zhangsun. The position of the Marquis' mistress was always empty. Even if many officials brought up this matter, it was suppressed by Zhang Sun in the end. 7 years later, Zhang Sun's body couldn't hold on anymore and was about to reach the end of his life. Ning Chen stood silently in front of Zhang Sun's sickbed. He stood there for several days and nights without leaving half a step. Outside the imperial city, lanterns and decorations were hung. A new year was coming. The atmosphere of saying goodbye to the old and welcoming the new spread throughout the city. The city was very lively. When the New Year's bell rang, Zhang Sun, who had been sleeping on the sickbed, woke up. His eyes were unprecedentedly bright. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with a touch of unconcealable sadness. Finally, this moment had arrived. "Help me up," Zhang Sun whispered. Ning Chen nodded and immediately stepped forward to help Zhang Sun. Carefully standing up, he got off the bed and walked towards the window. Behind him, Qing Ning and Xia Sinyu's eyes were filled with tears. They slightly turned their heads away, not letting the tears affect Zhang Sun's final mood. Inside and outside the palace, the lights were so beautiful that the night was as bright as day. With the sound of the bell echoing, a new year had come. "I remember when you first entered the palace, you weren't as tall as me. You were reckless like a child. I didn't expect more than 10 years to pass in the blink of an eye." Zhang Sun whispered as she looked at the lights outside the window. "I was stupid back then. I just offended the West Palace, and now I offended her ladyship. Now that I think about it, I was really lucky that I didn't get my head chopped off after causing so much trouble." Ning Chen smiled. Zhang Sun smiled. Time had truly passed too quickly. Who would have thought that the child she had picked up back then would grow up to this point? Outside the window, in the starry night sky, a crescent moon hung high in the sky. The moonlight was a bit cold, but it wasn't unbearable. The figure in front of the window quietly looked at the scenery outside. After a long time, his arm fell down silently. He leaned on Zhang Ming's shoulder and peacefully fell asleep. Zhang Sun had no regrets in his life. Qing Ning and Xia Sinyu could no longer hold back their tears. They dropped down and knelt down to bid farewell to their loved ones. Zhang Ming's tears soaked his red robes. The Marquis Zhang Ming, who had never wavered even in the face of the gods, trembled again and again. His heart gradually sank. "You still know to come back. This one knows his wrongs. Speak, what wrongs did you do? I shouldn't have tied up Qing Ning, I shouldn't have taken the items from the palace, and I shouldn't have faked her ladyship's decree and sneaked out of the palace. I shouldn't have haggled with her ladyship and refused to return to the palace. Good, very good. If you didn't tell me, I really wouldn't have known that you had made so many mistakes. Tell me, how should I punish you? My ladyship, Ning Chen also knows his wrongs. Now that the matter of the true extreme country's envoy is more important, why don't we give him a chance to redeem himself? Since even Qing Ning has pleaded for you, I'll spare you this time. However, I can spare you the death penalty, but you can't escape punishment. Since you want to leave the palace so badly, I'll ground you for half a year. You can't step out of Weiyang Palace for half a year. You can't wait to leave. My ladyship, you must know that my personality isn't suitable for the palace. As long as I stay here, I'll get into trouble sooner or later. I'm the Empress of Xia. Can't I protect you? What are you afraid of? The past flashed past Zhang Ming's eyes like smoke. It was reflected in the tears that fell down. Men don't cry easily unless they are deeply hurt. Chapter 406. Zhang Xuan's death signified the end of an era. 3 months later, in the newly built Heavenly Mandate Palace, Ning Chen handed over the Marquis seal and armor, returning the title of Marquis. Couldn't stay and watched his master leave with tears in his eyes. He understood that from now on, the rise and fall of the Grand Xia would depend on themselves. In the Marquis mansion, Ning Chen walked into the secret room of the study and looked at the beautiful figure sleeping in the ice coffin. Raising his right hand, a faint phoenix cry sounded and a huge phoenix shadow appeared behind him. The next moment, the phoenix opened its mouth and a majestic suction force came out. The ice coffin rose and turned into a stream of light that flew into the phoenix shadow. In a flash, it disappeared. Ruoshi, let's go. After doing all this, Ning Chen glanced at the woman beside him and whispered. N. Ruoshi nodded and left with him. In the Marquis mansion, figures knelt down to bid farewell to the Lord. Marquis. The old housekeeper's eyes were full of tears as he looked at the white-clothed Marquis in front of Ruoshi. No matter how many rumors about the Marquis outside, everyone in the mansion knew that their Marquis was the best Marquis in the world. Ning Chen stopped and looked at the figures kneeling on both sides and calmly said, "Take care." After saying his goodbyes, Ning Chen turned and left, never looking back. In the imperial city, Kong Yu looked at the departing Marquis with a heavy heart. In these 7 years, the Marquis had left them with an era of peace. Great Xia had also been able to recuperate and recover. But from now on, whether or not they could maintain this peace would depend on themselves. The divine land was vast, more than 100,000 miles of territory. Ning Chen took Ruoshi step by step to the west like an ordinary person, walking over thousands of mountains and rivers. Ruoshi didn't know martial arts so she walked slowly. Ning Chen wasn't in a hurry either. He walked as fast as Ruoshi walked. In this life, there was one person who was willing to accompany him. He couldn't ask for more. 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, 2 years. From then on, a young man in red and a charming handmaiden appeared in the westward journey of the divine land. They were like the most beautiful scenery that would never change. Whenever Ruoshi was tired and wanted to rest, Ning Chen would use his phoenix essence to relieve her fatigue. Day after day, year after year. Gradually, Ruoshi's pace became faster. Sometimes, she would walk for 2 to 4 hours without stopping to rest. Ning Chen didn't say anything. As usual, he kept pace with the woman beside him. Ruoshi, you haven't seen the sea yet, right? After another 3 months, Ning Chen suddenly stopped and asked as he looked at the blue sky before him. What is the sea? Ruoshi's eyes flashed with a touch of puzzlement as she asked. A very, very big river. Ning Chen said softly. Due to the arrival of the Lord of the Underworld, the eastern region was forced out of the 5 regions and became a special place. As a result, the people of the Divine Prefecture had never seen an ocean, let alone know what an ocean was. Hearing the explanation, Ruoshi still didn't understand, but she didn't ask any more questions. Ning Chen didn't explain anything and continued to walk forward with the woman beside him. Half a day later, the sound of waves entered their ears, and a magnificent scene appeared in front of the two. The endless blue sea, the sound of wind, the sound of waves, and the sound of wind beating against the stone walls, gradually raised waves more than 10 feet high. The beautiful and spectacular scene was fascinating. Is this the sea? Ruoshi was fascinated by the scenery in front of her. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she asked in surprise. Yes, Ning Chen nodded and responded. Is there an end to the sea? Ruoshi looked back at the man beside her and asked. Yes, the place we are going to is at the end of the sea, Ning Chen replied. Since there was no way to wake up the ghost girl in the divine land, then he would go to the other 4 regions to find it. He didn't believe in fate, he only believed in human effort. Looking at the endless sea in front of her, Ruoshi's face showed a touch of embarrassment and asked, how are we going to get there? By boat, Ning Chen looked to the north and calmly said. Puzzled, Ruoshi looked around but didn't see any ships. She couldn't help but wonder, where is the ship? Before he finished speaking, a luxurious merchant ship appeared in front of the 2 of them amidst the surging waves in the north. On the ship's sail, the word Xian was embroidered in golden thread. It was so clear that under the setting sun, it emitted a dazzling golden light. On the merchant ship that just set sail, young Lord Xian stood at the head of the ship, looking at the scenery along the way with a carefree heart. The money earned from this trip to the Eastern Territory was equal to the Xian family's savings in the past few decades. At this moment, young Lord Liangchen saw two figures waving at him from the distant shore. His eyes froze for a moment and looked left and right. They were the only ship on the sea, so they were calling for them. "Stop the ship and dock." "Young lord, what's wrong?" "We just set sail." Chi was puzzled. Could it be that young lord's head is starting to become abnormal again? Someone wants to take the ship. Hurry up and dock. What's with all this nonsense? Young Lord Xian said in a bad mood. Yes. Chi muttered in response and immediately went down to give the order. Sure enough, young lord's head was short-circuited again. This was the first time he heard that a merchant ship needed to pull passengers along the way. As the merchant ship approached, an old man came out of the ship and looked at the man and woman in front of him. He didn't know why, but he always felt something was wrong. How could there be such a bold young lord and maid who dared to casually board a passing merchant ship? Ning Chen and Ruo Shi boarded the ship. It must be said that in the eyes of ordinary people, Hua Kuei's charm was much greater than the red-robed young lord beside her. Young Lord Xian's eyes were shining, and the only thing missing was the word infatuated written on his face. Young lord, young lord. Chi kept tugging at someone's clothes and reminded him with a face full of shame. If it weren't for the fact that this was his young lord, he would have pretended not to know him. Oh. Young Lord Xian came back to his senses and quickly put away his pig face. Cupping his fist, he asked, "This one is Xian Liangchen, how should I address you?" Ning Chen. Ning Chen calmly said. Good name. Young Lord Xian gave a thumbs up and continued to ask, Brother Ning is also going to the southern tomb. And, I've been in the eastern domain for a long time, so I'm ready to go out and see the scenery of the other domains. Ning Chen replied. Brother Ning is in such a good mood. Young Lord Xian's tone was full of envy. Heh. Ning Chen smiled. He could also see that this young Master Xian was not an ordinary person. It was not because of his identity or cultivation, but because his breadth of mind and bearing was not something an ordinary person could compare with. It made people have a whole new level of respect for him. Chi, go arrange a guest room for Brother Ning and this girl to rest first. Young Lord Xian turned around and ordered. Chi nodded and stepped forward. Young Lord Ning, please. Thank you. Ning Chen thanked him and immediately walked forward with Ruo Shi. After the two left, young Lord Xian's eyes flashed with light. He said to himself, this girl is even more beautiful than Miss Susu of the White Knight House. It's really unreasonable. Young lord, this red-clothed young man is not an ordinary person. Be careful. The old man came over and reminded him. Young lord, I'm not an ordinary person either. Besides, don't I have Uncle Ling? Young Lord Xian laughed. In the guest room, the furnishings were simple and plain. Compared with the luxurious appearance of the ship, it was much more pleasing to the eye. Young Lord Xian only arranged a guest room for them. What he was thinking in his head, even a fool could guess. Ning Chen didn't point it out, and Ruo Shi also didn't care. As usual, she did what she needed to do. After Chi left, the woman began to freshen up. She took off her hairpin in front of the bronze mirror. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Among all the women he had met in his life, Ruo Shi was absolutely not inferior to anyone in terms of appearance. In the past, she was the most beautiful woman in the entire Grand Xia dynasty. After all these years of accumulation, she had reached the most beautiful period of her life. She was even more elegant and dazzling than before. Young lord, do you think people cannot age? She looked at herself in the mirror and asked softly. On the side, Ning Chen, who was thinking about something, came back to his senses. After thinking for a moment, he said, the Xiantian realm can preserve one's appearance. In addition, there should also be some rare treasures that can slow down the aging process. Speaking up to here, Ning Chen glanced at the woman's face reflected in the bronze mirror and smiled. What's wrong? Are you afraid your young lord won't want you anymore if you're not beautiful anymore? She chuckled and responded, N. Rumor has it that dragon liver and phoenix gallbladder have the effect of preserving one's appearance. If you encounter a flood dragon, young Lord Xian will bring back a piece of dragon liver for you. Ning Chen smiled. Okay. Ruoshi's eyebrows curved as she nodded. You rest first, I'll go outside for a walk. On the way, I'll ask young Lord Xian some things about the southern tomb. Ning Chen got up and said. Outside the cabin, the sun had already set, and night had arrived. The sky was filled with twinkling stars, and the bright moon sprinkled down a lustrous white splendor that was reflected in the seawater, reflecting the clear and crystalline waves of light. The night on the sea was very beautiful. The sky was wide and the earth was wide, making one's heart feel unprecedentedly comfortable. Young Lord Xian sat at the bow of the ship, swaying back and forth to enjoy the scenery, but he wasn't afraid of falling off the ship. Ning Chen came over and didn't disturb him. Standing on the edge of the ship, he looked at the gradually disappearing divine land with a touch of imperceptible sadness in his calm eyes. Brother Ning, it's a beautiful day with beautiful women accompanying you, but you're here enjoying the sea breeze. What a killjoy. On the bow of the ship, young Lord Xian looked back at the red-robed young man on the edge of the ship and smiled. Ah! Ning Chen covered up the sadness in his eyes and smiled faintly. Young Lord Xian, aren't you also enjoying the sea breeze here? It's all tears. When I came out in a hurry, I forgot to bring along my beautiful maids. Now I can only sit here in a daze and sleep alone. Young Lord Xian's face was full of regret. Boom! At this moment, the bow of the ship suddenly shook violently as if it had hit something. Sitting at the bow of the ship, young Lord Xian staggered and almost fell into the sea. Fortunately, he had a few skills and barely managed to return to the hull. Uncle Ling, who was responsible for protecting the merchant ship, flashed out and looked around the ship. His eyes sank. Did they encounter a sea monster? Next to the bow of the ship, Ning Chen looked at the huge figure surging under the water. His eyes flashed with a blazing red light. The giant figure in the sea immediately trembled as if it felt the most terrible threat and quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. It's not shaking anymore. Did we hit a reef? Young Lord Xian murmured with a puzzled expression. Uncle Ling's eyes also raised doubts. What's going on? Just now he clearly saw something around the ship. Chapter 407. The time on the sea was long and abnormally long, but surprisingly smooth. 2 months ago, the ship encountered a strange tremor, but since then, they didn't encounter any trouble along the way. With the southern tomb mainland in sight, the mood of the people on the ship became more and more expectant. After being out for so long, everyone wanted to go home as soon as possible. Brother Ning, what are your plans after arriving at southern tomb? At the bow of the ship, young Lord Xian asked softly. Let's walk around first before making any arrangements. Ning Chen calmly replied. Since Brother Ning has no specific arrangements, why don't you come to the Xian family as a guest for a few days? I can also show Brother Ning the local customs of southern tomb. Young Lord Xian sincerely invited. Ning Chen thought for a moment and nodded. Then this one will thank young Lord Xian in advance. Oh, Brother Ning is too polite. Young Lord Xian replied with a free and easy smile. 5 days later, the merchant ship docked. The people who came to receive them were already waiting on the shore. After helping to unload the goods, batch after batch were transported to the various chambers of commerce of the Xin family. Young Lord, soap. Ruoshi pointed to the boxes of goods unloaded from the ship with a smile. In the divine continent, everyone knew that this soap was actually produced by the young lord. The raw materials and manufacturing process were very simple. Who would have thought that it would become a luxury item when shipped to southern Tomb? All merchants are profiteers. This young Lord Xin is very knowledgeable. Besides, this is not a necessity for the common people. In the end, the people who sell it are the nobles who have too much money to spend. Ning Chen smiled and didn't care. Brother Ning, there are still 2 days before we reach Swallow Song City. Let's hurry. Young Lord Xin walked over and called out. Young Lord Xin, please go ahead. This one suddenly remembered that there is still a small matter to take care of. After it is done, I will go to Swallow Song City to visit. Ning Chen calmly said. Young Lord Xin was startled but quickly recovered. He didn't ask any more questions and cupped his fist to bid farewell. In that case, Liangchen will wait for Brother Ning's arrival in Swallow Song City. The caravan set off and Xin and Liangchen also set off with the caravan. Under the rolling wheels, the ship gradually moved away. Young Lord, where are we going now? Ruoshi's eyes showed a puzzled look. How come she didn't hear young Lord Xin mention anything else? Do you remember 2 months ago, the ship seemed to hit something and shook violently? Ning Chen asked. What's wrong? Didn't young Master Xin say he encountered a reef? Ruoshi was puzzled. That's not a reef. Furthermore, it's following us. Ning Chen turned around and looked at the sea behind him as he replied. The sky darkened, and the people on the shore were already far away. Ning Chen took Ruoshi, and with a wave of his hand, he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the sea. 300 miles later, a red light appeared. Ning Chen sent Ruoshi into the ghost palanquin he summoned. Then, he immediately walked to a spot not far away from the palanquin. With a flip of his hand, the King of Hell's heavenly sword appeared in his hand. With a wave of the sword, the rumbling waves split the surface of the sea. It was a shocking scene. The phoenix body was different from the main body, or it could be said that it was different from a human's physique. With the phoenix origin as the foundation and the phoenix blood as the body, after 9 years, it had basically recovered to the original 5 tribulation realm. However, it was still quite a distance away from entering the 3 calamities realm. During the Battle of Mount Chizhou, Ji Ming was forced to use the forbidden technique of the life scroll, causing his cultivation to dissipate and his vitality to overdraft. Fortunately, Nu Chang saved his life with the ability to reverse the heavens. However, the crippled cultivation had to be recultivated in the end. Ning Chen didn't care too much about his own cultivation. After a brief exchange with Mu Bai 9 years ago in the barren city, he truly realized that there was no absolute relationship between a person's strength and their cultivation. Mu Bai may not have stepped into the Xiantian realm until the last moment, but that sword of his was really not something any Xiantian or even 3 calamities realm cultivator could reach. Of course, if one's strength reached the level of Hell King, everything would be a different story. Under Ning Chen's body, the sea parted and a terrifying beast roar came out. 3,000 feet below, a huge turtle-shaped sea beast the size of an island appeared. The beast's head was short and small like a snake, and its head and tail were hundreds of feet long. It was a monster that had never been seen before. However, at this moment, the one who was more frightened was the giant sea beast. The snake's head trembled as it looked at the red-robed young man in the air. Its eyes were full of begging for mercy. The phoenix was the top existence among the mythological beasts. There were very few who could compare to it. This kind of pressure from the depths of their bloodline made the black tortoise descendant, who only had a small amount of ancestral blood, feel extreme fear in his heart. Inside the ghost palanquin, Wuxia looked at the monster below with a trace of surprise on her beautiful face. There was actually such a huge creature in the world. "Why are you following us?" Ning Chen coldly asked. "Oh." The black tortoise descendant suppressed the fear in his heart and growled. "I don't understand." Ning Chen directly replied. When the two phoenixes called out to him, he didn't understand half a word, let alone this monster that looked like a black tortoise but didn't seem to be qualified. "Oh." The black tortoise descendant roared again. "I don't understand you no matter how much you roar." Ning Chen unhappily said. "Oh." The black tortoise descendant refused to give up and continued to roar. "Oh my ass. Do you believe I won't kill you and make a stew?" Ning Chen's ears hurt from the roar of the monster below. He was in a bad mood. "Young master, it seems to have something to ask of you." In the ghost palanquin, Wuxia couldn't stand it anymore and reminded. "Ask? Your young master has everything." Speaking up to hear, Ning Chen's voice paused as a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Looking at the monster below, he put on a fake smile and said, "You aren't thinking about the phoenix blood, are you?" In the sea, the black tortoise descendant roared and nodded his head, causing waves to rise 100 feet high. Ning Chen chuckled and the brilliance of his sword revolved. Strange things happened every year, but this year was especially strange. He had seen people who weren't afraid of death, but he had never seen someone who actively sought death. Since the idea was on him, he would have an excuse to kill it and make a stew. "Young master, killing is not good." Wuxia saw the situation wasn't right and hurriedly stopped him. "Oh." The black tortoise descendant felt something at this time and roared in fear. Since Wuxia had spoken, Ning Chen could only suppress the urge to cut the turtle shell a few times. He glanced at the monster below and lightly said, "You want the phoenix blood, but I have a sword. If you want to die, I can help send you on your way." "Oh." The black tortoise descendant opened his mouth and a drop of dark yellow blood flew out from his mouth. In an instant, a heavy aura pressed down, causing the sea to churn. When the essence blood flew out, the black tortoise descendant's aura immediately weakened a lot, and his spirit also withered. Ning Chen's eyelids twitched, and the idea of killing and making a stew once again came to his mind. This should be a black tortoise descendant without a doubt. Wuxia had stayed with a certain someone for a long time. Naturally, she could see the change in her young master's heart. She quickly reminded him again, "Young master, it's getting dark. We need to find a place to rest." Ning Chen withdrew his thoughts and understood that with Wuxia here, it was impossible to make a stew. He unwillingly looked at the black tortoise descendant and said, "You want a drop of your heart's blood for a drop of phoenix blood?" "Oh." The black tortoise descendant nodded and responded. "You can think of anything, but I won't exchange." Ning Chen snorted and said, "Your drop of heart's blood is of no use to me. You should keep it for yourself. Wuxia, let's go back." After saying that, Ning Chen stepped in front of the ghost sedan chair and prepared to leave. "Oh." The black tortoise descendant was anxious. Its huge body moved, and suddenly a huge wave rose to a height of 100 feet. Amidst the waves, Ning Chen was worried about Wuxia and didn't move away. With a wave of his sword, the 100-feet wave dispersed. "Wuxia, the young master is angry. Today, we must kill it and make a stew." His red clothes were dyed wet, but in a flash, it was restored to its original state. Ning Chen flipped his palm and pushed the ghost sedan chair into the sky. Then, with a move of his feet, he instantly entered the sea. A sword fell from the sky, followed by a dazzling stream of light, crashed into the black tortoise's shell. In an instant, 100 miles of sea area, huge waves rolled and quickly spread in all directions. The black tortoise fell 1,000 feet. One roar of fear after another echoed in the sea as it constantly begged for mercy. Ning Chen just acted as if he didn't hear it. Standing on top of the turtle shell, he slashed it twice with his sword. Needless to say, it was really strong. Without using all his strength, he probably couldn't break it. The black tortoise was frightened, but its extreme desire for phoenix blood forced it to try to communicate with the human on its back again. Ayo! With a bestial roar, a blue turtle shell on the black tortoise's back cracked open. The heart-protecting armor flew up and quickly shrank, falling into the former's hand. Ning Chen looked at the turtle shell in his hand and narrowed his eyes. This was to make him feel embarrassed. The heart-protecting armor fell off, and a blue light flashed on the black tortoise's back. The turtle shell quickly recovered, but the color was different from before. It was unknown how long it would take for the heart-protecting armor to grow again. Knowing that these creatures' cultivation wasn't easy, Ning Chen no longer made things difficult for the big guy under him. He waved his hand and put away the turtle shell. Then, he turned his palm and urged his phoenix chi. In a burst of blood, a drop of blood flew out. It was a looming golden color, showing signs of ancestral reversion. The black tortoise's body shook, and then it nodded fiercely. Its eyes showed endless gratitude. For the sake of your cultivation, I'll help you this time. Be careful in the future. Don't meet human warriors casually. Not everyone is like this young master who is not interested in turtle soup. As soon as his voice fell, Ning Chen waved his hand and sent the phoenix blood to the black tortoise. Then, his figure flashed and flew to the sea. He put away the black tortoise's blood floating in the air with a look of disgust. This big guy has lived for so long, but it still hasn't cultivated to the point of ancestral reversion. How stupid. Ruoshi, let's go. Ning Chen stepped to the side of the ghost palanquin and said. N. Ruoshi smiled and said. Ayo. The black tortoise roared and gratefully bid farewell to the two in the air. I don't understand. Don't roar anymore. Ning Chen waved his hand casually. After 2 steps, he took Ruoshi beside him and turned into a red light. Under the moonlight, 2 voices came out from the red light. Young master, did you suffer a loss? I can't say. That turtle shell is a bit useful. Although this creature has a long life, its cultivation speed is too slow. If I can help, I'll help. Oh, Ruoshi doesn't understand these things. But it's good that you didn't suffer a loss. Oh, of course. Chapter 408. Nanling, a divine land no smaller than the divine land. Dynasties, sects, ancient lands, great religions, and other legacies were like stars in the sky, taking root in this territory. For the past 30,000 years, it has been extremely prosperous. Swallow Song City, as the largest city on the northeast coast of Nanling, was endlessly visited by caravans, making this big city the most lively place within 1,000 miles. The Xian family started out as a merchant. 300 years of history wasn't too long, but it has already developed into a big family that spans more than 10 cities. Shops were everywhere, and it was unusually prosperous. Eldest young Master Xian was born in the Xian family, but he wasn't the son of the first wife nor the eldest son. Instead, he was the second son of a concubine. However, the real eldest young master, whether it was his talent in business or contribution to the family, was far behind Xian Liangchen. Not to mention, the Xian family's patriarch was a man of his word. In recent years, intentionally or unintentionally, he had revealed the intention of passing the patriarch's position to the second young master. When Ning Chen learned of this situation, he just sneered and didn't say anything. Schemes that don't appear on the surface are extremely boring. On the street, eldest young Master Xian was full of interest as he took the two to browse the local customs of Swallow Song City. Along the way, he was chattering away with excessive enthusiasm. Ning Chen was easy to talk to, but Ruoshi's personality was a quiet one. She couldn't stand the buzzing chatter around her like a fly and couldn't wait to slap him to death. This is Lu Xian Lu. This young master opened it with his private money. Come in and have a seat. In front of an elegantly decorated tea house, eldest young master Xin stopped and looked at the two people beside him. Ning Chen nodded and walked in with Ruo Shi. Lu Xian Lu wasn't small and had 2 floors. Eldest young master Xin led the two directly to the second floor and sat down in front of a table near the window. Ruo Shi stood behind her young master and didn't take a seat. Although her young master didn't care about the red tape, she did. Ding! The sound of a pipa echoed in the pavilion. The light sound directly reached people's hearts, simple but so beautiful. Ning Chen followed the voice and looked to the other side of the second floor. He saw a plainly dressed young lady sitting there, quietly playing the pipa for every customer. From the way the girl was dressed, it could be seen that she was the daughter of a poor family. Her appearance could not be said to be very beautiful, but she was unusually delicate and pretty. Her eyes were clean and firm, without the slightest trace of self-pity. Ning Chen turned around and looked at young Master Xin's unprecedentedly calm demeanor. He smiled faintly. Since ancient times, heroes have a weakness for the charms of beautiful women. Although this young Master Xin was not a hero, he was indeed a good person. Young Master Xin, didn't you just say that you opened Lucien restaurant with your own money? Ning Chen asked while drinking the tea in his hand. Not bad, right? Young Master Xin came back to his senses and replied. You have an ulterior motive. Ning Chen smiled and said. What do you mean? Young Master Xin was startled, not understanding the meaning of the former's words. Ruo Shi, on the other hand, understood the meaning behind his words. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of surprise as she slightly changed her view of this seemingly sloppy playboy. Smash it! It was at this moment a huge commotion rang out from the first floor. A large group of people broke into the tea house and smashed everything in sight. The guests were so frightened that they immediately fled in panic. Xin Liangchen's face turned cold as he stood up and quickly walked downstairs. Second young Master Xin, I trust you have been well since we last met. A cold female voice came from behind. Surrounded by the crowd, a woman in a purple dress walked up to the second floor. Her slightly raised eyes were filled with indifference and ruthlessness, making people not dare to look directly at her. Zhao Ling, her. Seeing the person who came, Xin Liangchen's face immediately turned ugly. Why is she here? What are you still standing there for? Continue to smash. Zhao Ling glanced at the group of people behind her and coldly said. As soon as her voice fell, a group of burly men came out, lifted the tables and chairs, and began to smash them. Loud bangs rang out one after another, shaking the entire Lucien restaurant. Miss Zhao, you and I have no grievances in the past, nor do we have any enmity today. Don't you think you have gone too far? Xin Liangchen calmed down and said. So what if I'm bullying you? Zhao Ling ridiculed. Her gaze shifted and noticed a woman holding a pipa not far away. She sneered and said, Take her away. Two burly men stepped forward, grabbed the pipa, and were about to take the woman away. At this moment, Xin Liangchen, who had been restraining himself, finally couldn't bear it anymore. Stamping his foot, he leaped out and arrived at the other side of the tea house in 2 breaths. With a punch and a kick, the two burly men immediately flew out and fell to the ground. Are you okay? Xin Liangchen looked at the woman behind him, his face full of concern. I'm fine, thank you young Master Xin. Jia Qi recovered from the panic and softly thanked him. A hero saves a beauty, a talented man and a beautiful woman, a perfect pair. Ning Chen reviewed all the words he could think of in his mind. The days of fighting and killing were too long, and his literary talent of the past was almost all gone. Young Master. Seeing her young master's mind running off to who knows where, Ruoshi gently pulled his clothes and called out. Ning Chen came back to his senses and drank the tea in his hand while watching the show. Fortunately, these people hadn't hit him yet, otherwise he wouldn't even have a cup of tea to drink. Young master, aren't you going to help? Ruoshi whispered. Help? What help? It's just a fight. The hero saves the beauty. Your young master goes up and does not have any justification. Ning Chen decisively shook his head. He hated fighting now. After so many years of fighting, he was tired of it. Moreover, this young master Xian's martial arts foundation wasn't bad. Among ordinary people, he was a powerful figure who could fight against dozens of people. Against these people, one hand was enough. Xian Liangchen, you dare to touch this princess's people? Are you tired of living? Zhao Ling's expression sank. Picking up a teacup, she directly threw it out of the window. With a loud bang, the teacup that had fallen out of the window shattered into pieces. Along with the clanging of footsteps, groups of armored soldiers quickly rushed over from not far away and surrounded the entire Lucien restaurant. Princess. A young general came upstairs with more than 10 blue-armored soldiers and respectfully saluted. Seal the Lucien restaurant. In addition, put this woman in prison. Zhao Ling coldly ordered. Yes. The general accepted the order and led the soldiers behind him to arrest the woman. Zhao Ling, what crime did Miss Jieqi commit? In your eyes, is there any law? Xian Liangchen blocked the front with a gloomy expression. In Swallow Song City, this princess's words are the law. Take her away. Zhao Ling coldly shouted. The general no longer hesitated and immediately moved to arrest the woman. Xian Liangchen's anger couldn't be suppressed. Encountering such a disaster for no reason, he couldn't stand it anymore. Stepping forward, he grabbed a soldier and directly threw him out. With a bang, the soldier who was thrown out hit 4 or 5 people. Suddenly, everyone was thrown into a mess. Ruoshi, do you think this Zhao family is the same Zhao family that always wants to rob my things? Ning Chen looked back at the woman beside him and asked. Ruoshi can't tell. Did young master see anything? Ruoshi shook her head and replied. In her opinion, it shouldn't be. There were so many surnames in the world, how could there be such a coincidence? No. Ning Chen simply replied, I also can't tell. I just heard that a woman's sixth sense is more accurate, so I was just casually asking. According to Luo Xingchen, the people of the central region's Zhao family were overbearing and unreasonable. Today, seeing this princess surnamed Zhao, it was very similar. At this time, Zhao Ling finally noticed the 2 people sitting by the window and watching the play. She frowned. Who were these 2 people? Although Zhao Ling was overbearing, she wasn't a fool. The red-robed young man and the maid beside him were too calm. It was really abnormal for a maid to have such courage. See, do it. Zhao Ling was worried about new problems and didn't want to delay any longer. She said to a skinny old man behind her. Yes. The old man stepped forward and his body shot forward. His right hand turned into a claw and grabbed at Xian Liangchen. Bang! Xian Liangchen's fist met the attack head-on. A powerful shockwave spread out around the 2 people. The broken table and chairs were immediately sent flying 4 or 5 meters away. San, you also go. Zhao Ling said. Yes. A middle-aged man walked out. His figure flashed, and a cold sword drew a dazzling light as it pierced toward Xian Liangchen's chest. This merciless sword showed its master's heartlessness. It also showed Zhao Ling's ruthlessness. This was a premeditated scheme that made it impossible for people to retreat. Princess, you've already established your power. There's no need to kill him. Where it's possible to let people off, you should spare them. As he spoke, his red robes flashed. Zhao Ling only saw a blur in front of her. When she came back to her senses, the red-robed young man was already in the middle of the battle. He held a tortoise shell in his hand and blocked Xian Liangchen's sword. Her black hair cascaded down her back. Zhao Ling's expression changed as she looked at the red-robed young man's other hand. In that instant, she had removed the hairpin from his head. An expert. The same thought flashed through everyone's minds. Ah San's expression also changed. His sword changed direction and pressed toward the young man in front of him. However, the tortoise shell blocked the sword, making it so that the sword in the swordsman's hand was unable to pass even half a step. Back down. Ning Chen waved his hand and forced Ah San back. Then he helped young Master Xian to the side. He condensed Yuan with his sword finger to help him suppress the true qi in his body. Brother Ning, you actually have such a powerful expert. You really hid it from me for a long time. Xian Liangchen bitterly smiled. I thought you could beat them. I didn't expect you to be beaten so miserably. Ning Chen smiled. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Moreover, they have swords in their hands. Xian Liangchen helplessly said. This girl is not bad. She's much stronger than those in your manor. Ning Chen glanced at the worried girl beside young Master Xian. Brother Ning, don't talk nonsense. I still haven't married. How could there be anyone in my manor? Xian Liangchen hurriedly explained. Ah, what are you in such a hurry for? What I said was that she's much better than those maids in your manor. Ning Chen smiled. Xian Liangchen's expression froze. He glanced at the girl beside him. His eyes flashed with uneasiness. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Ning Chen didn't say anything more. As for whether or not young Master Xian could seize the opportunity, that was up to him. Princess, you dropped your hairpin. After finishing his business, Ning Chen turned his head and looked at the purple-robed girl. He extended his hand and handed over the hairpin. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.